Hey there, tarot cuties. What's up, my tarot family? I'm so excited for this reading today, and I'm so grateful for you all for being here with me to watch this reading. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so that you can see all of my new readings when they come up, and if you want to hit the bell for the notifications as well, you are definitely more than welcome to do that. I just wanted to give a big shout out to all my subscribers. I love you all so much. Y'all are who I do it for, so thank you so much for being here with me. I absolutely love this deck. I'm using the Chakra Wisdom Oracle by Tori Hartman with illustrations by Gretchen Raish Baskin. That is so funny. I never noticed before, but definitely in my lip bowl there is a slip that says like Baskin Robbins. So that's so funny that the illustrator has Baskin in her last name. There are coincidences everywhere in this world, you know. Sometimes you notice them and sometimes you don't, but I think that's just pretty cool. Anyway, we're going to get into this chakra check-in reading. I am not sure if this will be short or if it will be long. Like I said, this is my first time doing this one. So yeah, let's get into it. We've got pile 1 right here. This one is going to be pile 2. Pile 3 is right here. Pile 4. And last but not least, pile 5. So if you need to pause the video, you're more than welcome to do that. Use your intuition to find the pile that is right for you. This is a great intuitive test. And if you end up choosing a pile that doesn't sound familiar to you, then there is likely a message for you in another pile, a different one. So use your intuition to help you choose a pile. If you need to meditate for a few minutes or a second or whatever first, then I invite you to do that as well. All of the decks that I'm going to use today, I think that I'm only actually going to use 2, but both of those will be listed in the description box below, along with any links below for private readings. I am offering those as of right now. That potentially could change in the future, but as of right now, I am offering private readings. The link is only going to be found in the description box below. Do not accept any other links. I will never message you for a private reading. The only link that you can use to book with me is my Calendly link in the description box below. So if you don't see it, if it's not there, that means that I've stopped accepting private readings. But you know there are scammers out there, so you make sure you're using the official link that you find in the description box. That's the only one. I am also going to put the links for my abundance journal and my tarot journal in the description box as well if you are interested in purchasing either of those. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. There will be 2 timestamps for each pile. For those of you who are subscribed to me, you already know how we operate. I love to give people confirmation when they've done their intuitive test. So each pile will have like an identifiers portion where I use my red lip bowl to give you confirmation that you have made the right choice for you. So that will be like pile 1 identifiers, and then there will be another one that says pile 1 reading. If you want to skip over the identifiers portion, make sure you click the timestamp for pile whatever reading. Okay, if you like to watch the identifiers, then you can click the timestamp for the identifiers as well, and then it will take you into the reading. Hopefully that makes sense. There are 2 links for every reading. Choose the link that is best for you. All right, y'all, I will see you at your pile. See you soon. What it do, pile 1? What's up? What's up? If you chose the first pile, then these are going to be your identifiers. We're going to go ahead and put these, it's actually 2 cards. We're going to go put these off to the side for now. And let's help you check in to ensure that this pile is actually for you. So the way that these identifiers work is that at least one of the things that comes out of here should be really familiar to you, should be significant to you somehow. It could have even just shown up in your life in the last like week and a half. So yeah, part of me wanted to say like the last 2 months. I don't know who that's for, but normally I don't extend it that long, but maybe it's just for a specific person. I don't know. So yeah, let's go ahead and see. Spirit, we are doing a chakra check-in for my collective today. We want to know who is in pile 1. Who are my pile 1 people who chose pile 1? Who are they? So yeah, while I'm doing this, make sure you subscribe to my channel. Whenever you do that, it makes you and I more connected so that my readings can be more pinpointed to you. They can lock in on your energy a little bit more, and the readings will be more specific to you. Go ahead and like this video as well so that if anybody else on the internet in the world needs to find it, YouTube will let them know. It helps to push it out a little bit more to different people's home pages so that they can find it. Who else is in pile 1, Spirit? Is there anybody else who needs to see this from pile 1? Who's in pile 1? Where are my pile 1 people? All right. Anybody else in pile 1 who needs to see this? Okay. Let's go. All right. So, pile 1, we've got Maya Angelou, prolific writer and actress, poet, memoirist. We've got Monstera. That's a type of plant. It's like the plant with the big leaves that have the holes in it, kind of like Swiss cheese. Angus thongs and full frontal snogging. That is a book from a book series, like the Georgia Nicholson book series by Louise Richardson. They did turn it into a movie. The movie was called Angus Thongs and Perfect Snogging. This is another movie called Endings Beginnings that stars Shailene Woodley. It's about this girl who like lives with her sister or something. She's like starting her life over, and she ends up dating these 2 guys who are like best friends. And, you know, things just kind of go this way and that. They go all over the place. We got hide your kids, hide your wife. That is a quote by Antoine Dodson, a very famous viral quote from a viral video. They also turned that into a song. Here we have Flight 99 by Taku, Matt McWaters, and Masego. Flight 99. So the number is 999 or 999 could be showing up for you as well. Could be significant to you somehow. Famous last words. Maybe you heard somebody say that or read it somewhere or something. When I said read it somewhere, it made me think of Reddit, like the website. I don't know what I'm supposed to say about that, but whatever. Sewing kit. Okay, so maybe you like to sew things, or like you're patching something up, or maybe you just bought a new sewing kit. Splinter by Spill Tab. That's a song. I don't want to brave the winter and worse than to say we did. Okay, so there's something about wearing something thin. Like I just said, you might be like patching something, but wearing something thin. You might have something that like almost has a hole in it, or has a tiny hole in it, or it's just like getting really, really, really thin, like a sock or a shirt or something. Swing Swing by All American Rejects. That's a song as well. Swing, swing, swing from the tangles of my heart is crushed by a former love. Can you help me find a way to carry on again? Yeah, I was about to like continue singing that song, so if you don't know that song, maybe you want to go listen to it. Maybe that was like one of your favorite songs. Maybe it was really significant to you at a certain point in your life. But yeah, Swing Swing. Yeah, okay. Katara from Avatar: The Last Airbender. She was one of the main characters. That show itself could just be significant to you somehow. But yeah, she was one of the main characters and like the main love interest for the protagonist. Tina Belcher. She is one of the main characters on Bob's Burgers, an animated show about a family where the dad is a restaurateur who owns a burger shop. Tina is the oldest child. She's the one who wears the blue. Nana by Trey Songz. Oh, Nana, look what you done started. Oh, Nana, why you gotta act so naughty? Okay, All Black Everything. And I still want to keep singing Nana, so that one too. About to spend all this cash. Oh, Nana, if you keep shaking that ass. Ooh, na, na, na. DJ Tambi, Ink Master. So whenever this one comes out, it makes me think of like an actual DJ, because I'm also an actual DJ, and that might be why I'm like wanting to sing all these songs. I don't know. But DJ Tambi is the name of a tattoo artist. He, I believe, is from Arizona. I don't know if he's like from there, but that was like where he was repping when he was on Ink Master. He has won Ink Master like 3 times, and he came back recently as a judge. But yeah, he is the winningest Ink Master in Ink Master history. So for those of you guys who like tattoos or are part of the tattoo community, you probably would know about him. Seth Rogen, actor, potter. And when I said potter, it's also funny because he smokes a lot of pot. But he is like a ceramist. Ceramicist? I don't know what the word for that is. The number 4. So that could be the month of April, which would be Aries and Taurus energy. You could also be seeing 444 or 44 or 4444, 4 fours, right? You could live on the 4th floor. I'm like wanting to rhyme a lot right now. I don't know what it is about the number 4 that is like bringing rhyming energy through, but it is. And you could also live on like 4th Street. You could live in apartment number 4. There could be 4 kids in your family, something like that. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Oh, na, na, na. Roller coaster. So you could be really into roller coasters. Maybe you recently rode a roller coaster. Maybe you were like talking about them with somebody, or you have plans to go ride roller coasters soon at like a theme park. Doctor Strange from Marvel. Don't really have a lot to say about him other than I believe he's played by Benedict Cumberbatch. I am not a Marvel person. I am not a Marvel person, so I can't really say anything about that. Sex and the City. That is an iconic TV show based in New York City. It was on HBO, starring Sarah Jessica Parker as Carrie Bradshaw, Kim Cattrall as Samantha, Kirsten Davis, I don't know what her name is, as Charlotte, and then Cynthia Nixon as Miranda. We've got 12-3-30. That is a viral TikTok workout where you put the treadmill on the 12 incline, speed 3, and you do it for 30 minutes. This also could be like a combination to like a lock or a locker or something. It makes me think of like those, you know, twisty locks that people have like at school, how you have to twist it and then you twist it back and then you twist it all the way around. Yeah. I guess that doesn't have to be your specific combination, but maybe if you use like a combination lock like that or something. Heart of Dixie, RB. So Heart of Dixie is the TV show. It was on the CW for a really long time. I think they had like 5 or 6 seasons, maybe only 4. RB stands for Rachel Bilson. She was the star of that show. She played Dr. Zoe Hart. It's about a New York City doctor who moves to Alabama to take over a family practice. Very cute. Here we have Annie Mac. I knew the DJ energy was coming out. She's a radio DJ in the UK. She is famous for like breaking a lot of new acts and stuff like that. Trendsetter energy. But yes, I knew that DJ energy was coming through. If I Were You, that is a movie. I don't remember who the stars are. I don't remember who the actresses are, but it's about a woman who befriends her husband's mistress. And you know what that's making me think about? It's making me think about that other movie called like The Other Woman or something. Is Cameron Diaz in there? I know Leslie Mann is in there. I don't remember who else it is. I want to say Kate Upton, some blonde people. It's where like these ladies find out that they are all dating the same man, but he's like married and one of them is the wife, and they come together to like destroy his life or something. Let me see who's in there. It is Cameron Diaz. Yeah, I got that all correct. That's fun. Nicki Minaj is also in that movie, so that's interesting. Anyway, Lemonade by Gucci Mane. I got Lemonade Unlimited. So the color yellow could be really important to you or something like that. You might just really like Lemonade. You might just really like Gucci Mane. You might have heard that song recently. It could be one of your favorite songs. Something like that. That song was like on every playlist that I made for like 8 years. McDonald's. I would also not be surprised if one of the cards that came out here was like the solar plexus chakra. Not saying that it will be. I don't know. Haven't looked at the cards, but I wouldn't be surprised. McDonald's is here. So maybe you like to eat McDonald's. Maybe you went to one recently. I would not say that like you passed one because there's McDonald's literally everywhere, but it would have to be something a little bit more significant than that. Yeah. Okay. Speaking also of the color yellow, McDonald's, that's like one of their main colors is yellow. I got Lemonade Unlimited. Counting Crows, that's a band. They did like alt rock pop in like the 90s and 2000s. Now that I'm thinking of this, I keep saying like I got Lemonade Unlimited. This could be like about like drink refills. Maybe you like recently went somewhere and got like a refill on your drink. Unlimited refills or something. I don't know. Bottomless mimosas maybe. BoJack Horseman. That is a TV show on Netflix. Also the main character of that show is named BoJack Horseman. So yeah. The Saddle Club. We're getting horse energy. Tina Belcher also is like a notorious horse girl. So there's a lot of horse energy coming through here. I don't know what that's about, but somebody here likes horses for show. Somebody here really, really likes horses or had something to do with horses recently. American Horror Story, Season 1, Murder House. Okay, so maybe you recently watched that or something. We've also got here Death Cab for Cutie. That's another band. I also want to say, like with American Horror Story, Murder House coming through, and also Hide Your Kids, Hide Your Wife, and also If I Were You here, there is something coming through about like infidelity. In this season, the main family in this season, they're trying to like come back from the dad having an affair. The mom like does forgive him, but they have to like literally move all the way across the country in order to like be able to move forward. So there's something about trying to move forward from infidelity or just infidelity in general within a marriage. We've got Lemon Breland, Heart of Dixie. So Heart of Dixie and Lemon again. Lemon's yellow, lemonade, it's coming through. Heart of Dixie, I already explained what that show was. Lemon Breland is kind of like one of the main antagonists on that show, at least at first. Her father is the other partner in the family practice, like the family medical practice that I was talking about earlier. So yeah, interesting. And she and Zoe, who's played by Rachel Bilson, are like enemies at first. So yeah. Nice by Beyonce and Jay-Z, the Carters. Speaking of Beyonce, you know, she had a whole album called Lemonade, so coming through again. Love, Simon. That is a movie about a coming of age, coming out tale for a boy named Simon who lives in Atlanta. Lobster. Now I'm thinking about Red Lobster. If you fuck me good, I take his ass to Red Lobster. That's what Beyonce said. So Red Lobster could be important here. Maybe somebody recently got like unlimited refills at Red Lobster. I don't know. Maybe somebody just ate some lobster. It doesn't have to be actually like Red Lobster like the restaurant. It could just be something to do with lobster. Angela Bassett. Angela Bassett is an actress, iconic actress. She also was in American Horror Story. She was not in season 1, but she was in several different seasons of American Horror Story, so we'll include those as well. When he fuck me good, I'll take his ass to Red Lobster. Drew Barrymore by SZA. That's a song. Is it warm enough for you outside, baby? Mr. Fishholder, more Bob's Burgers energy. So he is the landlord for the restaurant / house where Bob and his family, also Tina, all the Belchers, where they live and where their restaurant is. Mr. Fishholder. Interesting. He likes to wear all white. We got Taste here by Tyga featuring Offset. Can I get a taste? What's next? 93 Till Infinity by Souls of Mischief. That's a song. Sorry guys if there's like a shadow right there. The light is coming in at kind of a weird angle. We've got here Rules by Kill You Manti. That's a song. Rule number 1, if it's about me, then at me so I can see it. All right, we've got here Gordon Parks. He is a prolific photographer. So you got a lot of interesting Black figures coming out. We have here Maya Angelou. We've got Angela Bassett, Gordon Parks. We've got several different musicians as well, including Beyonce and Jay-Z. We've got SZA here. So yeah, some interesting Gucci Mane. Some interesting Blackness coming up, especially with all Black everything being here as well. I am filming this during Black History Month, so. Oh, we also got Tyga and Offset, so yeah. All right, cool. Here we go. Carnival. That could also just be like Carnival, like the cruise lines, or maybe you went to like a carnival and there was a roller coaster there. Carnival could be like, you know, your Mardi Gras celebrations, your carnival celebrations in different countries or different areas. However you want to take that. Please Don't Leave Me by Pink. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Pull Up by Abra. Pull up to your crib, right and shiny, shiny. Pull up with your bitch, now it's a party. Catfish, Strawberry to Wavy Baby, be feeling brazy. You ain't seeing shit, yeah. Okay, yeah, if you don't know that song, Pull Up by Abra, you may want to go and listen to it. I'm also getting like, there's a lot of Atlanta energy coming through as well. You know, there's a lot of Atlanta energy coming through here. Abra, Gucci Mane. So yeah, they say Atlanta is like one of the catfish capitals of the United States. I think it's like Atlanta and like Michigan are like two of the biggest areas where there are a lot of catfish. But Catfish, the TV show, came out with Neve Schulman and Cammie Crawford. They're the hosts, the current hosts at the time of me filming this. So you could have seen, like, Catfish could be it for you in terms of the identifier, but also maybe you like saw Neve or Cammie on Instagram recently, or like in an ad or on a different TV show or something like that. So those three things individually, Catfish, Neve, and Cammie, any one of those could be the identifier that you need. We've got here Marlon Wayans, continuing with our theme of Black excellence here. He's an actor, comedian, producer. Bali, Indonesia. Houston, we have a problem. That's Houston, Texas. We've got The Gambler by Kenny Rogers. That's a song. I also just wanted to say, like, The Wait by the band. I don't know why I keep thinking about that song. It's literally, like, not in the identifiers at all. I don't know why I keep wanting to think about it, but whatever. All right, we've got Throat Chakra. So maybe a Throat Chakra card will come out here. Maybe that's one of them. Who knows? Maybe you've recently healed your throat chakra. Maybe you've been having issues with your throat chakra. Poppy seed bagel. So maybe that's like your favorite kind. Maybe you recently heard somebody order one, or you were talking about it or something. I don't know. Cheers, Drink to That by Rihanna. That song also features I'm With You. It samples I'm With You by Avril Lavigne. Fire signs, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. Let's make some space. Some más espacio over here. Okie dokie. What's next? We have blue or blues. That also makes me think about Blues Clues, but it's supposed to be like the color blue, blues music. Blue is supposed to represent the throat chakra, especially in this deck, so we may have some throat chakra messages. You could be wearing blue right now. That could be your favorite color. Your eyes could be blue. You could be like looking at some blue art or something. I don't know. Rascal Flatts. That's a country band. You don't look a day over fast cars and freedom, sunset, riverbank, first time feeling. Oh yeah. Okay, piano. So, piano. You could play the piano. Maybe you recently saw somebody play the piano. Maybe you like walked somewhere and there was a piano. I don't know. De La Soul. That is a hip hop group from NYC. You don't look a day over fast cars and freedom. That song is called Fast Cars and Freedom. It's by Rascal Flatts. Toni Morrison. She's also an author, African American author. Here we have We're Going to Be Friends by the White Stripes. That's a song. Walk with me, Susie Lee, through the park and by the tree. Yeah. All right. Number 8. That could be the month of August, which would be Leo and Virgo energy. Could be seeing 888. 8th floor. You could live on 8th Street. Your apartment or house number could be 8. Something like that. 8 people in your family. Gimme Something Real by Ashford and Simpson. I would never really noticed before, but Ashford and Simpson kind of sounds like Ashley Simpson. If you know, you know. Justin Timberlake. He used to be a I was about to say he used to be a solo artist. That's so funny. He's currently a solo artist. He used to be a member of NSYNC, a boy band. Here we have $20. So maybe you have $20 in your pocket right now. Maybe you've only got $20 to your name. Maybe somebody just gave you $20 or you just gave somebody $20. Maybe you just spent $20. You know? Any of those things. Annoying. There's some annoying energy coming up. Maybe somebody called you annoying. Maybe you called somebody else annoying. Maybe your day has just been kind of annoying so far. Who knows? Who's to say? We have here Sexy Villain by Remy Wolf. That's a song. Sexy villain, not the hero. On the West Coast, Bob De Niro. Build-A-Bear. So maybe you recently went to Build-A-Bear. Maybe you recently wanted to go to Build-A-Bear. Maybe you own a Build-A-Bear that you built yourself or somebody built for you. This Charming Man by Stars. That's a song. It's a cover of a song by the Smiths. And for some reason I feel the need to say this, but I first heard that in a Barnes & Noble. And I really liked it. Mexico City. DF. Okay, well that didn't work out. Let me open that back up. Mexico. Okay. Road trip. Maybe you are planning to take a road trip soon. Maybe you just got back from one. Maybe that's like your preferred method of travel, is travel by car instead of by air. Gospel music. I just wanted to go hee hee, which is totally Michael Jackson and not gospel music at all. I don't know why I wanted to do that. Uninvited by Mallrat. That's a song. Smiles are always toothless, but I run out of excuses, so I have to play excited, but I wish that I was uninvited. She's an Australian pop star. 18 or 81. Either way, those numbers could be significant to you somehow. Also, we could have 818, 418, 814. Teddy Pendergrass. He is a musician. Soul music. Close the door. That's one of his songs. Close the door. Here we go. Bad, Badder, Baddest by Cynthia Voigt. That is like a young reader book. I would say probably like late elementary school, middle school. Lavender. So that could be somebody's name. That could be, you know, the scent, the flower, whatever. Lavender Brown comes up from Harry Potter. Also Lavender from Matilda. She's like Matilda's best friend. Here we got no frauds, Nicki Minaj, Drake, Lil Wayne. I told y'all, I felt that Nicki Minaj energy earlier when I was talking about the other woman. I knew it. I knew she was coming out. No frauds. Here we go. We've only got a few left, you guys. Let's see. West Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin. I'll also add Togo onto there. So any of those countries could have some sort of significance to you in your life. Teen Girl Squad. That was a like animated web series by the people who did Homestar Runner. But also Angus Thongs and Full Frontal Snogging was like about a teen girl squad. Kind of. So was Bad, Bad or Baddest. I would say they were a tween girl squad. Tina Belcher, definitely teen girl energy. Katara, teen girl energy as well. So, yeah. This reading is not for anybody under the age of 18. I just want to say that. None of my readings are. Juicy by Doja Cat featuring Tyga. So we got two of Tyga being on here right now. He was on here with Taste, Tyga featuring Offset, and now he's on here with Juicy. I keep it juicy, juicy. I eat that lunch. Ruffles, that could be the chips or the fabric. We did have sewing kit here as well, so maybe somebody like tried to sew a ruffle onto something or to fix a ruffle or something. I don't know. Silicon Valley, that is a TV show on HBO about a tech startup. You may also just work in Silicon Valley. You may work in tech or something like that. So my camera overheated while I was filming, but the last two were stuffed grape leaves. So maybe you really like to eat those, also called dolmas. Maybe somebody recently like ordered them or you heard somebody talking about them. And the last one was wild thornberries. That was a Nicktoon, a cartoon on Nickelodeon about a girl who could talk to animals. And her parents were like wilderness researchers or documentarians or something. Anyway, I'm going to go write these down in my tarot journal. If you're interested in having your very own tarot journal, I did create one especially for you guys. You can find the link for that in the description box below. It's always good to record your insights that you get from readings because tarot is meant to be a reflection for you to help self-actualize and to grow. So writing down all of the interesting and resonant things is really a great way to internalize those things so you can grow from them. All right, let's go ahead and get into the reading. See you guys in a second. Hey there, pile one. If you chose the first pile, then this is going to be your reading. Y'all actually got two cards, so this is telling us about two different chakras that need to be addressed, checked in with during our chakra check-in. So we've got growth, that's the heart chakra. This makes me think of that meme that they made from Insecure where Kelly, aka Natasha Rothwell, is like, you know what that is? Growth. And then secondly, we have release. This here is the crown chakra. All right, so there's something that you are not releasing that you need to release. And in order to actually have the growth that you desire and that your heart needs, you have to let something or somebody out of your auric field. This is like not even out of your mind. It's just like out of your essence, out of your energy. There could be somebody who's like kind of like lingering around in your energy. Maybe you felt them kind of trying to get through to you, or you've seen signs that have like made you think about them more often than you would like to. But there's definitely somebody who probably isn't even really like a day-to-day part of your life anymore, especially since this card does have like a graveyard in it, who you need to let go of. And this could also be like grief. You know, there could be a sense of grief that you have around this person or this relationship, whether this person is actually like still with us on this plane or not. And you need to move through your grief so that you can grow. This story here, the growth story, is actually about a plant who reveals to his friend that he is gay, and he did not tell him or tell his friends kind of like with enough time so that he himself could live authentically, because then there is very sadly some sort of like illness that overcomes him. You see how this like one plant is like browner than all the others? This illness that overcomes him and he ends up passing away. So this is about like living your heart's truth, you know, living as authentically as you can and loving who you want to love. But there's also this like release that needs to happen. And whether this release is about, like I said, another person or about an idea of who you are supposed to be in your life, you have to let that person, quote unquote, go so that you can grow within your own heart space. So you've got to work on your heart chakra. You've got to work on your crown chakra. You can go do meditations for both of those. Of course, you know, there are many widely available on YouTube. I might even make my own. I don't know, but there are lots of them widely available on YouTube, so go and do those. I'm actually going to get the Law of Attraction Tarot out as well. That can help us to clarify some extra and additional details about the situation. There are a lot of people who watch this channel, so you know, take what resonates and leave the rest. I am going to name several different situations. Not every situation has to resonate with you, but at least one of them probably should. Let's go ahead and let's see. All right, so I am going to just go ahead and do this tarot. Here we go. All right, we got the 18, that's the moon. So yeah, there's some secrets, some secretas. And then we have here the 5 of Wands in reverse, which is shown as like a windmill. You know what is so funny? At least it's funny to me. I don't know. I don't know if any of you guys are like fans of The Bachelor or The Bachelorette, but the first season of The Bachelorette that I ever saw was the one with Hannah Brown on it. And there was this whole thing about like her doing it with Peter in a windmill like several times, like many times. I don't remember where they were, but they were definitely somewhere in Europe. And you know, it was supposed to be like on the down low. It was supposed to be kind of like, you know, a thing that they kept between themselves. It was supposed to be on, I guess, their was it during their overnights, their fantasy suite nights? I don't really know, but everybody ended up finding out about it, and then it became like this huge joke in Bachelor Nation. So something maybe that was secret that ends up getting out, but this is all about releasing secret things. Also thinking about Hannah Brown and Peter. So Peter ended up being the next Bachelor. Pilot Pete ended up being the next Bachelor, and he didn't work out with any of the people. Like, he and his chosen lady, I want to say her name was Madison, they didn't work out, and there was this whole thing about like him not necessarily being over Hannah yet when he went on his season. So the idea that you need to like release something in order to be able to grow in love and to grow in self-love is kind of like going through his story there. You know, he had this massive opportunity where he could have gone ahead and found new love, but he was just not able to get over her. And to this day, they're still not together. You know, they just weren't right for each other, but it is what it is. That's enough Bachelor Nation talk. If you're a member of Bachelor Nation, go ahead and leave a comment, leave a little rose down below. Anyway, yeah, there's some secrets here. There's some also insecurities. There are some things that, some feelings that kind of come and go as well. We have the 10 of Wands, or 10 of Swords, excuse me, in reverse. Very on brand for this reading already. We have the Knight of Pentacles. And then we have the Hermit. Okay, so some of you guys, not everybody is single. I know not everybody in this pile is going to be single, but this really reflects what I was just saying about how like Peter and Hannah still didn't end up together, even though he like kept all this space in his heart for her. Because the 10 of Swords is definitely about like the end of a cycle, or like really what should be the end of a cycle. And you see here, this is like a boat here in the water. And it's interesting because swords usually don't, like, they're not associated with water, they're associated with air. But it's like this tsunami, this like wave of emotion comes over this boat. The boat's not able to go anywhere. It's definitely about to capsize, especially in the reverse, you know? It's like there is like an energy of death here. So we could genuinely be dealing with a situation of like genuine grief. Okay, I don't want to say that like all grief isn't genuine. I do think that it is, but I mean genuine in terms of like somebody is no longer with us on this earth type of grief. So we could be dealing with that, but it could just be that like somebody is no longer a part of your life. It doesn't mean that they have passed away or anything. It just could be that somebody's no longer a part of your life, and the emotion that you have attached to those memories and to that person make it very difficult for you to not only move forward, but to like make decisions, to really like know what's what, to keep your head above water, to understand like which way is up, you know, to have any direction in your life, and just to get up and keep going. Very, very difficult. And any progress that you made, which you have made some with this Knight of Pentacles here, you've made some, but it's slow going. And it's taken a lot of introspection. It's taken a lot of self-work here, especially with the Hermit. Some of you guys might have been single for a really long time. That obviously is not going to apply to everybody. Even those of you guys who are in relationships, it might have taken kind of a long time for you to feel productive in your relationship. I was initially going to say like safe and comfortable, but honestly, I'm not really even seeing that here. But to feel productive in the relationships that you have. And you have gained a certain amount of wisdom, for sure. You know, this is depicting here a monk in this Hermit card. I hope you guys can see that. I know it's a little dark. But interestingly enough, you know, this card here does have like all this dark aspects along the right hand side, and then we have the lamp, which is always shown usually with the Hermit card here on the left hand side. And it's like this idea that enlightenment is coming, even with this being either a sunrise or a sunset in the background. The idea that enlightenment is coming and a new day is starting soon. There is something on the horizon for you. And I think that you're coming to terms and you understand and you know that. But at the same time, you're still very overcome with emotion about this situation, which is why this person or the situation has stayed very heavily in your aura. You know, the crown chakra is the space above your head. Some people would say it's like at the top of your head. It's not about how you see things. It's about like your connection to cosmic oneness. And interestingly enough, we did get Avatar: The Last Airbender in our Identifiers. Let me see if I can find it. But there's this episode on that show. I don't remember which season it is, probably season 2. There's this episode on that show where Aang goes to the air temple and he meets with Guru Patik. And Guru Patik teaches him about the chakras. And he tells Aang that, you know, each of the chakras has a specific job, and when they're blocked, it's blockage by some sort of specific thing. And on my slip, it says Katara, Avatar: The Last Airbender. For Aang, Katara was the thing, or the person rather, that was blocking his connection to cosmic oneness and the avatar state. That was the thing blocking his crown chakra. And it was because the crown chakra can be blocked by earthly attachments. And Aang was super attached to Katara. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it, you guys, but if it's meant to be, it'll come through. I'll find it eventually, I guess. So he chooses her over the avatar state, you know, and it leads to some pretty devastating consequences, actually. At a certain point, he actually almost dies. But during that point, actually, he realizes that he does have to give up his attachment to Chakra so that he can go into the avatar state. So this is about understanding your relationship to the universe and your cosmic oneness. And whatever it is that is holding you back at this point that you're having a hard time releasing, it's because you haven't realized that we're all connected by the same energy. And this situation or this person is or was simply a mirror for you to understand some larger concept. You know, I believe that every person that we meet in this life is a mirror for ourselves, and that we're supposed to learn something or observe something new about ourselves through that mirror. And you seem to not have accepted whatever lesson it is that this person or this experience was supposed to teach you. And because of that, you're having a hard time releasing it. Whereas if you would accept the lesson and grow from the lesson and internalize it in your heart space, then you would have a much easier time moving on. This is a spiritual situation, especially since we have this monk here on this hermit card. You want to be practical and realistic, quote unquote realistic. You want to see tangible things when some things can't be explained by science or whatever. You know, you have to be more in your spiritual knowledge rather than this like tangible knowledge that you're trying to attach to everything. And it's interesting that this card, you know, shows the tombstones and stuff, because tombstones are symbolic. They're like this symbolism, this earthly energy for somebody who has become spirit. You know, once somebody passes away, you know, the whole question of like, where does their soul go, right? And they become this more spiritual being, at least in my view. But we represent them with these headstones made of rock, made of marble, made of whatever it is, you know, these heavy materials. And it's like trying to ground them and ground their memory to the earth. But it's just this representation of something that has become spirit. It's an earthly representation. And so it's not adequate. It's not an adequate way to represent this new spirit being, or this converted spirit being. And it's interesting thinking about it. It's like a tombstone, you know, you can only fit so many words on it. And those words are never going to be enough to describe the person who's buried there or the person who it represents, because, you know, not every tombstone actually is laid over, like there's not always somebody in every single grave. You know, sometimes there are purely symbolic tombstones where a family, you know, put the tombstone there, but maybe like the body was never found. And I'm not trying to be morbid here. I'm just giving real life examples, because that's real shit and it happens to people, you know. So I guess my point here is that the earthly attachment that you have to this person or to this outcome or to this circumstance or experience or whatever is really, really holding you back from being your most authentic self and growing and being the true you around the people that you want to be most true around. And it's interesting because I was going to say like the people who really care about you or whatever, but like I don't think it's about anybody else. I think it's about you. It's about you and what you want. And this whole thing of like a new day, a brighter day. So that song, gospel music came out too. Gospel music came out in our identifiers. I'll see if I can find it, but a lot of these are like already kind of curled up and they're hard to read in the time that I'm looking for them. But there's this one song by Kirk Franklin and, you know, gospel choir that he's working with. I believe they're like located in Houston. Houston came up too in the Identifiers. It's called Brighter Day. You may want to listen to that song because it could have some meaning for you, or it could help uplift you in some way. Okay, so my camera just died, and it died actually at the perfect time because it gave me an opportunity to look for those slips that I was looking for. So let's bring them out, bring them out. We got Katara here with Avatar: The Last Airbender. We've got Love, Simon, which that story pretty much parallels kind of the story of this growth card. I'll read that in just a second. We've got Death Cab for Cutie here, which is coming through. That is a band, but just like the name of the band, Death Cab for Cutie, I feel like is very pertinent here. We've been talking about not only the potential of grieving somebody who has passed away, but just grief in general. And you might be grieving a relationship or something like that, somebody who maybe you had like a crush on or who you thought was really cute. We have here famous last words, which I kind of think like goes with that. And also I'm getting the vibe that like this person, part of the reason you're having a hard time releasing them is because if you look at this picture, it's like this woman or this person, I guess, is like holding their hands over their ears. And it makes me kind of think that like maybe this person said something to you that has been like ringing in your ears ever since, or that has been hard for you to let go of. Or I'm going to kind of expand on this a little bit later, but I'm going to say it now. I mentioned earlier that this could be like an idea of who you were supposed to be that has kind of died and that you are, or that you need to release because it's not authentic to you. So it could be like the things that you were told growing up, or the things that people said to you about, you know, who you are and yourself, and either who you're pretending to be or who they think you should be or whatever, that you just need to let go. You know, either way, I definitely feel like some things that were said to you are still sticking with you, that you need to release those because you're giving them too much power. So that's why I brought famous last words out. We've got gospel music here as well. That song Brighter Day by Kirk Franklin, and then Houston, because that's where he and his choir recorded that song at the Lakewood Church. Let me check and make sure that I have that correct. Yeah, Lakewood Church. Anyway, okay, so I actually am going to read from the book because there is like a very strong correlation between this growth card and the plot of Love, Simon. So let me go ahead and do that. Growth. This says, your message is best expressed when you are uniquely you. Grass is excited. He's ready to tell his best friend Weed that he is gay. But Weed reacts negatively, and this is the first of many judgmental encounters for Grass. For years, he is turned down for jobs, and even when he applies for an apartment. Grass fights for the right to live where he wants and wins, but soon after he moves into his new apartment, someone breaks in and attacks him. In the hospital, his loved ones gather, sharing stories of who Grass was to them. He dies, leaving behind his legacy of love and courage. The inspiration for this card says, Grass says break away. It may be time for a change of scenery. Visit a foreign country, embark on a new enterprise, or learn a skill. Most importantly, grow. The personal inquiry behind this card says, what have I outgrown? Am I willing to become independent? The key ideas are taking a stand, living your truth, lack of safety, clashing values, teaching by example. And the key words are warrior, peace, and courage. So what have I outgrown is a very interesting and good question, because I feel that not only with this card being called growth, but with this release here, like you've outgrown it, you know? There are some people who believe, you know, that when somebody passes away, it's because they're, you know, ready for a new adventure, one that we can't know about as humans, you know. But you can outgrow certain things and certain people in certain situations while you're here. And it just seems like you have outgrown this, but you're not really allowing yourself to take that next step because you're so emotional about it still. And there's nothing wrong with emotions, but these emotions have made you cold. Like, you see how in this moon card, it's like it's snowing. She's covered in this big, long, whatever that is, coat, I guess. But it's almost like this water is being blown by this windmill and it's coming down cold on this person. And so it's like you're just drenched by these cold emotions. And it's not allowing you to, you know, be your authentic, genuine self, because even if you are like, you know, an ice queen or whatever, that's fine. But that doesn't mean that nobody can be close to you. It doesn't mean that, you know, you can't make the genuine connections that you want to make. So you need to unfreeze and release this whole scenario. And whatever it is that is like reminding you of this person or this situation or the person who you think you're supposed to be or whatever, you know, whatever these like symbols are that are coming through to you, you can choose to ignore them. You can choose to, you know, put yourself in a new situation, to put yourself in a new location, to put yourself in a new place, and to put yourself in a new mental space as well. Yes, it is going to take some work. It absolutely is going to take some work, but the growth is going to be worth it. The growth will be worth it. And everybody gets hurt along the way. Everybody gets hurt along the way. That's just part of life, is knowing how to pick yourself back up and also to be your most authentic self. Let's see. We've got this chakra check-in. I'm actually going to read the release card as well. All right, this says, Shadow Greystorm, I can no longer keep your secrets. Told you there was something to do with secretas. Nikita cuts through the graveyard as she rushes home in the wind and rain. So more of that energy here, more of that emotional water energy. She is terrified when Shadow Greystorm appears and speaks in her own voice, repeating painful things she has said to herself and others. It's all your fault. I'll never forgive any of you. That's in quotes. So that's some of the painful things that she said to other people and to herself. As she listens in the rain to her own words, she learns it is she who has been making herself miserable. She leaves the graveyard with a changed heart, ready to forgive herself and others. The inspiration behind this card, this is about personal responsibility and release of blame. It's time to clear the debris and move on. You cannot move forward while you continue to hide. So yeah, thinking about like living authentically, you know, some of you guys are choosing to hide instead of to be your true selves. And maybe even to hide behind like a reason for something. Like, let's say that somebody did something bad to you and you use that as a reason for why you don't want to show up as your authentic self. You know, at a certain point you have to let that go. You can't keep blaming other people. You kind of have to let that go and just be you and do you. As fabulous as you are, honey. The personal inquiry behind this card says, this indicates healing family of origin issues. Am I ready to face my past and let it go? The key ideas behind this card are release, dwelling on the past, righteous anger, change in consciousness, judgment day, seeing clearly, hidden truth, and great discovery. And the keywords are healing, remission, and integration. Righteous anger really is sticking out to me because there's not anybody here saying that you're not right to be mad. You know, going back to Avatar: The Last Airbender, I'm thinking about both Katara and Aang. They both had righteous anger in that show. And it did involve around people that they loved passing away. And these very painful memories that they have around that. Or in Aang's case, I guess, like, well, yeah, painful memories, but he wasn't there for a lot of it, and that also pained him too. But in Aang's case, he got trapped in an iceberg for 100 years, and while he was gone, his entire nation of air nomads, of which he was one, were massacred by another nation. So it was like a genocide. If he had been there, he would have been a victim of the genocide as well, but he wasn't there. And if he were there, he feels like he maybe could have done something to help. But the truth is that he was not, even though he was the Avatar, like, he wasn't trained, he wasn't qualified really enough to help. So he probably would have passed away too if he had been there. But the depth of his sadness is that he ran away and he wasn't able to be there to help the people who he loved most. And also, while he was gone for 100 years, the nation that killed his people were able to take over a very significant portion of the world. And he couldn't do anything about it because he wasn't there. So he has a lot of guilt and shame around that. And he has a lot of sadness and despair around losing the people that he loved. Especially, you know, his kind of like father figure, Monk Gyatso. Whereas Katara, her righteous anger is around that same nation, the Fire Nation. They came to her village and they started, you know, snatching people up and killing people. And I guess I should say snatching people up and unaliving people. And one of those people was her mom. And so she has a lot of righteous anger towards these people because they took away somebody that she really loved. And yet, as they grow older, they have to recognize that, one, revenge is not the answer. Two, violence is not the answer. And three, self-mastery actually was part of the answer that helped them to help change the world. They were able to master themselves, master their emotions, master their crafts. For Katara, it was water bending. For Aang, it was all of the bending: air bending, earth bending, fire bending, water bending. He had to master all of those because he was the Avatar, right? But it was self-mastery that actually helped them to contribute to the world and to help change the world in a positive way. So righteous anger is definitely sticking out here, and you may be very angry at the world or very angry at a specific person or a group of people, but that emotion is actually drowning you. It's taking you down. When you are meant to be here to master yourself so that you can uplift other people or work on the things that it is that you're meant to work on in this life. So Chakra check-in says you gotta release that shit. You gotta let it go. And I know it's easier said than done. You may have been holding on to this kind of stuff for a while. I know it's easier said than done, but I think you can do it. I do. I don't know why, but that viral version of Tom's Diner, the one by, how do you say their name? It's like a German group. How do I say those people? It went viral on TikTok. And I guess on YouTube as well. Anna May Kantirit and Giant Rooks. That version of that song is coming to me for some reason. I don't really know why, but whatever. And it's the part where they're like, "It is always nice to see you," says the man behind the counter to the woman who has come in. She is shaking her umbrella. Okay. And then he's like, "And I look the other way as they are kissing their hellos, and I'm pretending not to see them, and instead I pour the milk All right, so what I'm getting from that is the idea of like shaking the umbrella, you know, shaking off those emotions, those water droplets, like you're entering into a new space of your life, right? So she comes into the cafe and she shakes the umbrella. So it's like entering into this new space of your life, shaking off those old emotions that may have gotten you down before. And then I'm also thinking about it from the perspective of the person who is like singing, right? So he sees this lady, and in my interpretation, I'm gonna say like he knows her. That's not really how the song goes, but I'm just gonna say in my interpretation, it's like you see somebody maybe who's with somebody else who's not you. And remember, not every single interpretation of what I'm saying is gonna apply to everybody. So take what resonates and leave the rest. For some of you guys, you may have been on the outside looking in when it came to a person that you liked, and they might have chosen to pursue something with a different person who's not you. And instead of focusing on that, you have the option of turning away your attention and nourishing yourself. That's what happens in that song. He's like, and I look the other way as they're kissing their hellos. I'm pretending not to see them, and instead I pour the milk, right? So it's like, instead of focusing on these people, you have the option of pouring your own milk, nourishing yourself like mother's milk, right? So that's really what you need to do, is you need to focus on nourishing yourself. You got to shake off those emotions that are really capsizing your boat right now. And you got to pour your own milk, pour yourself some milk. And I don't mean like literal milk. I mean like whatever it is that nourishes you in this life. That's what you got to do. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Whenever you subscribe, it makes you and I more connected so that I can read your scenario more accurately and pinpoint more of your energy, and it can come up in the reading. But also, don't forget to like this video, hit the thumbs up so that anybody who may need to see it can find it. It really helps to push the video out onto other people's home pages so they can find the video, and if they need to hear this message, then they can. I so appreciate each and every single one of you who has been sitting here with me watching this video. Don't forget to take a look at my abundance journal and my tarot journal that are linked down below. If you took some notes, good for you. All right, Pile 1, I am pretty sure that is the end of the reading. Thank you so much for sticking it out with me. I'm so grateful for you. I hope that you enjoyed the reading, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. What it do, Pile 2? What's up? How are you? Thank you so much for being here with me today. If you chose the second card, then these are going to be the identifiers. Let me go ahead and put that over here to the side. We're going to grab our lip bowl of randomness, and let's get our identifiers out. If you would like to skip this portion of the reading, then the cards part you can get to by clicking on the second timestamp below where it says Pile 2 reading. That will take you straight to the part with the cards. For those of you who like the identifiers, who want to see these, let's get into it. Let's find out. Spirit, who are my Pile 2 people? Who are the people who are in Pile 2? Who've chosen Pile 2? We're doing a chakra check-in. Who's in Pile 2? Who are my Pile 2 peeps? Anybody else in Pile 2? While I'm doing this, go ahead and hit the like button, that thumbs up down below, to like this video and help it spread a little farther across YouTube. And also subscribe to my channel because it makes me and you more connected. And then that way I can read your energy a little bit better, and my readings will be more pinpointed to you specifically. Is there anybody else in Pile 2, Spirit? Anybody else in Pile 2? It's a little stubborn. It's a little stubborn. Okay, cool. Let's get into it. Pile 2 seems a little small. Much smaller than Pile 1 for sure. Alrighty. Anthony Kiedis, Remy Wolf. So Anthony Kiedis is the lead singer of the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Remy Wolf is a solo artist. She has a song named after Anthony Kiedis. We've got here The Climb by Miley Cyrus. It's the climb. That song was one of the themes for the Hannah Montana movie. Earth signs, Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo. So that could be your sun, moon, rising, or Venus, possibly even your north node. We've got here Search Party. That is a TV show. At first it was on TBS, and then it might have moved to HBO. I know it was on HBO Max when I finished watching it, or just Max as they call it now, but it started off on TBS. Hyphy by Federation, that's a song. So Bay Area music coming through, Hyphy music. We've got Work From Home by Fifth Harmony. That's a song. You might also work from home. We could work from home. Oh, oh. Where Are You Going by Dave Matthews Band. It's another song. Where are you going? We got Love, Tiana Taylor featuring Ms. Lauryn Hill. 4 songs in a row. That's pretty cool. We got Love, Love. You better believe it. Sister Act. That's a movie starring Whoopi Goldberg. That movie is incredible. And they sing a lot in that movie too. 4th of July. That is Independence Day here in the United States. If your country has an Independence Day, then whatever date that is on, I would say that that date can be significant in this reading as well. Lights, Journey, that's a song. So just to clarify this whole 4th of July thing, like let's say that for your country's Independence Day, something significant happened to you, then that would be an indicator that this reading is for you. So the way that these work is that at least one of these things that comes out should be significant to you, not only like really familiar to you, but it could have shown up in your life in the past like 2 or 3 weeks or something like that. Or it could be like maybe your Independence Day is like your favorite holiday or whatever, right? So that would be like significant to you. Bon Iver, AUATC, that stands for Ate Up All Their Cake. I was up all night. That's part of the song, but I don't remember the next line. It's something like, and the waves down low. I don't know. You can fly your own kite. I don't really know. But let a little light on it. Okay, yeah, go listen to that one. ATVs. So those are like those 4-wheelers that people ride through like the jungle or the beach or whatever. Ring. And it's funny because I was just about to say on like The Bachelor or Bachelor in Paradise, and that those shows are all about getting engaged, and then Ring came out. So that could be about like an engagement. It could also be like a Ring doorbell. The movie The Ring. Maybe you have like a really special ring that's like an heirloom or something. Ted Mosby. He's the main character of How I Met Your Mother. He stayed trying to get engaged. He stayed trying to get married. So yeah, there's like engagement / marriage energy coming through here as well. Oklahoma. So that could be the state of Oklahoma. It could also be like the musical Oklahoma. We've got the number 10. So you might be seeing like 1010 around. 10 could be your favorite number. You could live in apartment number 10, 10th Street. You could have 10 people in your family. 10 is also October, which is Libra and Scorpio energy. Edibles. If you know, you know. Driving at night. So maybe you do a lot of your driving at nighttime when it's dark out. Maybe something significant happened to you while you were driving at night. Afternoon by Max Biancon. That's a song. It's funny that I just said we have nighttime and afternoon right next to each other. So, I don't know. Maybe something going from afternoon to night. We have Asami here from the Legend of Korra. Maybe she was like your favorite character. Maybe you saw something about her recently or was talking to somebody about her recently or something. The number 6, so that would be June, which is Gemini and Cancer. Also, same things I said for 10. You could be seeing 66, 666, 6666. You could live in the 6th floor, 6th apartment, 6th street. You could have 6 people in your family, something like that. Mike's Mike. That is a YouTube channel That's a guy who does like retellings of movies and TV shows and stuff like that. He also does other things. He does like rankings and stuff, but Fall Out Boy, that's a band. Shout out to Mike's Mike. The Joker by Steve Miller Band. 'Cause I'm a joker, I'm a smoker, I'm a midnight toker. Sure don't want to hurt no one. Grand Crew, that is a TV show about a group of friends in Los Angeles. 500 Days of Summer. That is a story of like a kind of failed romance also in Los Angeles. Stars Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Zooey Deschanel. I cannot make this shit up. I can't, you guys. Los Angeles just came out right here after 2 LA-based things. Los Angeles just came out, so. All right, Spirit is here with us. That's for show. For show. Self-date. Maybe you took yourself out on a date, or you have plans to take yourself out on a date. Maybe you like to do things alone. Maybe like a solo dolo type. Airbnb. Maybe you're going on like a solo trip to LA, or maybe you've done that before. You know, something like that. Maybe you got an Airbnb just for you and yourself and you. Hand in My Pocket by Alanis Morissette. That's a song. Got one hand in my pocket, the other one is throwing a peace sign. She also says the other one is flicking a cigarette. 1894 by Amber Mark. That's a song. I'm a flex on the floor. This ain't 1894. Portions for Foxes by Rilo Kiley. That's a song. There's blood in my mouth because I've been biting my tongue all week. Hole in the Bottle by Kelsey Ballerini. There's a hole in the bottle, leaking all this wine. It's already empty and it ain't even supper time. Honey, no, I don't miss him. Fact, it slipped my mind. There's a hole in the bottle of wine. So yeah, I'm getting like substances here. So you might like to drink, you might like to smoke, something like that. That's definitely coming through. You might have like recently killed a whole bottle of wine on your own or something like that. Yeah. Number 5 is here. That could be the month of May, which would be Gemini and Taurus energy. All the same things I said for 6 and 10. So you could be seeing 555, 55, 4 5s together, living on the 5th floor, 5th Street, 5th Avenue, 5 people in your family, apartment number 5, whatever. We've got here bacon. Makes me think of Kevin Bacon as well, but you might just like really love bacon. Maybe it's your favorite food. Maybe you ate some bacon today. Signs by Snoop Dogg, Justin Timberlake, and Charlie Wilson. I'm not sure of what I see, just saying don't fuck with me. And I'm telling you this is a sign. Nobody's Supposed to Be Here by Deborah Cox. How did you get here? Nobody's supposed to be here. I've tried this love thing for the last time. My heart says no, no. Nobody's supposed to be here. Congratulations, Smack and Katie by Reggie and the Full Effect. That's another song. So yeah, like the whole like engagement thing or like marriage thing is coming through. I'm also getting the idea of like somebody being left at the altar. Ted Mosby was left at the altar in that show, How I Met Your Mother. Sorry, I'm not laughing at the idea of getting left at the altar. I hope that nobody thought I was laughing at that. That's an awful thing. And I would never laugh at that. Let's see. Yeah, like the idea of like loneliness, self-date, somebody being alone is coming through as well. We've got Avenged Sevenfold. That is a band. I don't really know any of their music, but they're in here for some reason. Anne Hathaway, famous actress. I don't know why I put a box around her name. Like, I literally have no idea why I put a box around her name, but it's there. I think that I accidentally underlined it, like it was like a title, and then I was like, oops, I didn't want to write a new one to be wasteful, so I just put a box around it. Patti LaBelle, she's a singer. famous songstress. We Used to Be Friends by the Dandy Warhols. That is a song. It is also the theme song for Veronica Mars. We've got Caribbean Queen, No More Love on the Run. Caribbean Queen by Billy Ocean. That's a song. Now we're sharing the same dream, and our hearts will beat as one. No More Love on the Run. A Fine Romance by Judith Sills, PhD. That is a book about courtship from meeting to marriage. I'm telling you, the marriage vibes are coming through. You don't have to be married to, have this pile be relevant to you, but I'm just saying it's coming through. Water signs, Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. So again, that could be Sun, Moon, Rising, Venus, or North Node. We've got here, or I guess a stellium. You could have a stellium in one of those signs. Entrepreneur. We've also got Courtney B. Vance. He's an actor. His wife, Angela Bassett, came out in pile 1, so that's interesting. 38. The number 38. Also, maybe 83. I don't really think that works, though, so I'm going to go with 38. That could be significant to you somehow. So if we combined it with any of these other numbers, it could be like 538, 835, 638, 836, or any combination of even those 4 numbers, like 1038, 8301, something, whatever. Yin Yang Twins. That is the last of our identifiers. So something else that I'm noticing is that we actually have 2 songs next to each other where the initials of the artists are AM. Hand in My Pocket, Alanis Morissette, AM. And then 1894, Amber Mark, AM. So those initials could be important to you, or just like AM being the morning time. Something, maybe you're watching this at morning, I don't know. And then again with the idea that something about like being left at the altar, or like a runaway bride or runaway groom or something is coming through. Caribbean Queen, No More Love on the Run. Love on the Run. You hear what I'm saying? Love on the run. Right? So, yeah. Okie dokie. So, I'm going to go write these down in my tarot journal. I did create a tarot journal for you guys. The link is in the description box below if you feel like checking it out. It's always good to write down your insights from a reading. But yeah, go ahead and see that link if you want to. Regardless, I'm going to go ahead and write these down in my tarot journal. And I will see you guys in just a second for the reading. Hey there, pile 2. Welcome to your reading. If you chose the second card, then this is going to be the part where we do your reading for you. Alrighty, let's see. What chakra do you need to check into? Ooh, this is the sacral chakra here with the self-worth card. So you may not be feeling worthy enough to take the place in your life that is rightfully yours, to really be in your main character energy, to really be like the leader of your life, to be the driver, the person in the driver's seat of your life. It's like there's a throne that's made especially for you. You just have to feel good enough about yourself in order to go and sit in it. Okay? So yeah, you could be dealing with some issues of self-worth, self-esteem, that kind of thing. You may not enjoy being in the spotlight. You may not like being perceived. You may not like when other people put you really where you're supposed to be, not necessarily even on a pedestal, but like when people recognize you for, like rightfully recognize you for things that you've done or ways that you've helped them or whatever. There's a feeling of discomfort here, and also of not letting yourself rest. It's like instead of sitting down and having a rest in the place where you're rightfully supposed to be, you would rather just like keep walking around or, keep wandering, Definitely getting that here. I'm going to read from the book, the story that goes along with this card. Let's see. This is called The Salmon Chair. Come sit in my chair and feel my love, says the great servant. I'm definitely getting the idea of like sitting in a chair and getting like a massage, getting like a foot massage, or, like one of those chairs at the nail salon that has the little like massage elements to it. All right, so the story says, the salmon chair appears to an Inuit child playing in the snow. Valley and River are the salmon chair's protectors. I never get to see it, complains River. Valley whispers, there are those who can close their eyes and see it. The child rushes home to tell her elders about the chair, but no one believes her and she lies down exhausted. Later, the chair appears to her again. She climbs in and feels the great servant's love. The inspiration behind this card is that people, events, and material objects beyond your frame of reference are being drawn to you. Aim higher, for you will draw even greater experiences into your life. Allow your energy to grow. Receiving is an action. The personal inquiry behind this card says, how do I relate to the word deserving? Am I ready to allow myself to receive what others may not? The key ideas are greater knowledge, innocent curiosity, being rewarded, receiving divine love. The keywords are faith, self-love, and value. So, I also want to read the meditation that goes along with this. I don't know why, but I want to. So go ahead and close your eyes if you would like. Let go of any tension as you fall like a feather into the salmon chair. Imagine the chair receiving you. Feel yourself being filled with salmon light. Stay there until you have received an abundance of energy from the light. So something else you can also do if you are into meditation, you can go, there are plenty of videos on YouTube that are for sacral chakra that will be at like certain frequencies. You can go put one of those on and do a meditation to it. I'm sure there are also like lots of like guided meditations for the sacral chakra as well. So that might be helpful. But something interesting that came up for me as I was reading this was not only the idea of like receiving awards. So like I mentioned the idea of being recognized for something, and you maybe possibly being uncomfortable with being recognized for something. So you may do something really, really well, and maybe people want to reward you for that. You know, you have to learn how to accept those kinds of recognitions, those kind of rewards. But the second thing that came to me was when it said aim higher. There's another creator on YouTube. Her name is Bailey Sarian, and she likes to do like murder, mystery, and makeup. She also does this series called Dark History. Shout out Bailey Sarian. But one of the things that she says is like, get better idols. And it always makes me laugh whenever she says that, because, you know, she does this whole thing about true crime. And unfortunately, sometimes there are people out there who end up like idolizing these people who have done horrible, horrible things, right? And, you know, sometimes they're like, if there's a string of murders or something, there might be somebody who tries to do like a copycat murder or whatever, right? This channel is obviously very anti-murder, anti-unaliving, but she likes to say, like, get better idols. You know, you need to make sure that the people that you are putting on a pedestal, the people who you are giving your attention, your love, your adulation, and all that kind of stuff, that they are actually worthy of it. Like, you might be the type of person who is giving worth and recognition to other people who really don't deserve it, when you should be giving that to yourself. So yeah, that is coming through as well. And the idea of like aim higher as well when it comes to not only your goals, because you may have issues in terms of thinking you can accomplish certain goals. You might be afraid of accomplishing certain goals. You might have a fear of success, but also just thinking that like, who am I, you know, to accomplish XYZ goal? Like, what if I'm not good enough? You know, what if like I do it and they don't like it? What if I do it and people don't like me, or people don't support me, or whatever? You know, you have to do things for you. The self-worth card. You gotta do things for you. I'm also thinking about how this person, this child here on this card, is like very bundled up. So this could be like warmth and validation from other people, because, you know, I doubt this child made their clothing themselves, right? But it could also be this idea of like lack of vulnerability. you know. I think it's also interesting how in the story that I just read you, like, there was the river and there was the valley, and the river was like, I can't see the chair. You know, river is like this flowing water. It's like emotions. So sometimes like your emotions might be clouding your sense of self-worth that you could have or should have, you know. In pile 1, we dealt with this idea of like being very cold towards other people in your life and lacking authenticity. And here I'm not necessarily seeing that, but it could be like you might not even be having authenticity with yourself. You might even have a hard time like feeling your feelings. If that's the case, you need to get into your sacral chakra for sure. So you could be feeling guilty about something, and that might make you feel like you are not worthy of whatever it is that you want, or that would make you feel good. That also could be an issue, and that could be part of the whole like Frozen thing. Like, oh, thinking now about Frozen, right? Like the movie, the older sister Elsa, she was so guilty about what she had done to Anna, like accidentally freezing her or whatever, that she was like, I'm never going to use my powers again, and I don't even want to hang out with my sister because I'm so afraid I'm going to hurt her, and blah blah blah, you know. And it ended up ruining their relationship, and it was really difficult for her to take the throne. Literally, look at this, to take the throne in that movie, because she was supposed to become queen, and because she didn't have the self-worth that she needed, she was not able to ascend to that position that was like rightfully hers. Bruh. The connections, dog. They're really coming through right now. I haven't thought about that movie in so long. But yeah, let it go. Let it go. Let it go. I was trying to sing the next lyrics. So it's something like, don't hold me back anymore. But I feel like that's wrong. Let it go. Let it go. Turn away and slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway. Yeah, Frozen for sure has hella messages for you guys. You guys might want to go and watch it. But yes, man. Gotta ascend. I gotta ascend to that throne that is rightfully yours, okay? Self-worth is so important. And especially since there is like a child in this picture, at least in the story they said it was a child, this may have something to do with like either something you did as a child or something that you learned as a child, something that you heard as a child, you know, some sort of mindset that was instilled within you that makes it hard for you to practice your self-worth or to have self-worth. So yeah, I don't care what they're going to say. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway. So yeah, there could be like instances of you being frozen out of, you know, groups of people, like friend groups or even your own family or, you know, classes or whatever, where other people were like talking bad about you or had like a negative opinion about you, and it caused you to have a negative opinion about yourself. So you may be kind of like a loner, you know. That is not going to apply to everybody. You know, there are a lot of people watching this video, so take what resonates and leave the rest. But some of you guys might be loners, and you might feel kind of like frozen out, and it might be hard for you to, you know, see your worth, because it kind of feels like nobody else sees your worth. Because it's like, you have the feeling of like, well, if other people saw my worth, then like I would have more friends, or I would have closer relationships with my family or with my classmates or whatever, right? But that's not how self-worth works. It comes from within. It's not about what other people think about you, you know? Like in the story, this little girl went home and told everybody about this chair, and everybody was like, no. They're like, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. And she was like, no, I saw it for real. And then the chair comes and appears to her, and she's like, I knew it was real, right? Like, you have to know within your own self what you're worth. And it has nothing to do with other people. So even if you are lonely, even if you do feel frozen out, or like other people just don't get you, you have to rely on your own self-worth. And you have to put yourself on that pedestal. Okay, let's see. What kind of scenarios do we have for pile 2? Like, what is pile 2 going through right now? All right, so we got here the King of Swords. Is that the Queen of? That might be the Queen of Swords. We've got the Five of Wands. That actually came out in the exact same position in pile 1. That's so funny. We've got the Knight of Wands. I almost wanted to call him the Knight of Cups because he's like very clearly in a bar. And then we've got here the Strength card. In this deck, it's number 11. In many decks, it is like number 5 or whatever. Not 5. 8. I wanted to say 5 because 5 came out, I guess. I don't know why I wanted to say 5. Maybe because this was a 5. But yeah, the Strength card is like number 8 in a lot of decks, but in this deck it's number 11 in the Major Arcana. So yeah, okay, let's see. What does, I'm gonna leave more space in case we need more cards here. So this is about manipulativeness. This is about indecision. This is about doing whatever you can to defeat other people and to get past the competition. Some of you guys are overly competitive. Interesting. And even though you might be overly competitive, that doesn't actually mean you always win. In fact, you might actually usually lose. Flop. Some of you guys might be in your flop era, as Michael's microphone would say. If you weren't here for the Identifiers, then Mike's Mike, that's another channel on YouTube, came out, and he likes to say things like so-and-so was in their flop era. So we also just got the Knight of Cups here in reverse, which I told you guys, I almost called this one the Knight of Cups, so I'm not surprised that it came out. So this is like a bad offer. Some of you guys might have been dealt a bad hand in life, or just like people make you offers that they either don't intend to follow through on, or they just are bad offers. You might be making people bad offers because you don't value yourself. Some of you guys might be out here fucking. Some of y'all might be out here fucking, okay? And I'm just saying it because that's what the cards are saying, with especially with the Knight of Wands here and then the Strength card here in reverse. You guys could be letting your lust take you over, okay? With people who really don't have anything to offer you. You could be rationalizing bad decisions, okay? Having kind of like fallacy type thinking where, you know, the things that you are trying to use to rationalize stuff are actually just not true, or they don't actually have as much impact as you're making them out to have, okay? We got the King of Pentacles here. Some of you guys, this could either be in business or with somebody who is very stable, who is good with money, who has a good job, that kind of thing. So yeah, they might recognize that you are kind of like off your game, and so it's like easy to take advantage of you. Okay? I'm laughing because the faces that I'm making right now, you guys cannot see them. Obviously, this is like a faceless channel. But for those of you guys who like know Shira7, she's another creator here on YouTube. She always makes these like very funny faces where she does like her lips like a little duck or something. And I just am like channeling her face making right now because it just feels like accurate to do so. And so it's making me laugh. But yeah, some of you guys have made a bad deal with somebody who knows that they're getting more out of the deal than you are, okay? Also, for those of you who might be entrepreneurs or whatever, or business people, this is the Seven of Cups in reverse. You might feel compelled to make bad deals because you're like, you don't have any other choices. So something that is coming to me right now, and again, take what resonates and leave the rest. Some of y'all, this could be like you deciding to be friends with somebody because you literally don't have any other options. And you like might not even really like this person. You and this person might not get along, especially here with this like tug of war going on. You guys might have like very opposing viewpoints when it comes to certain things. And you guys might, you know, get in little tiffs or like little battles or whatever. But it's like you don't have anybody else to hang out with. So you just hang out with them because you're lacking options. And so this is like the idea of somebody taking advantage of you because you don't have any options. And it's like you would have more options if you had more self-worth. If you valued yourself more, you would have more options. And that's just what it is. That's just the truth, honey. I keep wanting to say hunty. That's just the truth, okay? We also just got these two cards came out here. This is the Page of Cups. So we get a lot of cups here. And we also got the Lovers. Ooh. Ooh. Some of you guys might be going out on a date soon. Or this could also indicate that you might be the type of person who like goes out on one date with somebody and thinks that you guys are going to be like in love forever. Or like kind of like making more out of a situation than the situation really warrants. Or it's like you have a crush on someone and you're like, we're in love. We're meant to be. We're in love. We're meant to be. And it's like, calm down. You have a crush. Like, chill. It's just a crush. You know? Some of you guys could be like out here doing the most and getting the least. Which is something else that Shira 7 likes to say. It's like, this person came and, you know, gave you some flowers, and now you're over here hot and heavy with them just because they gave you some flowers. Like, come on. Do better. This is what the cards are saying, you know? I'm not here to judge anybody. I'm just telling you what the cards are saying. Some of y'all need to, you know, require more. Require more. Some of you guys are like accepting desperation and loneliness. And it's causing you to, you know, take whatever anybody offers you just because they're the only ones offering. So, you know, do better. That's what this self-worth card is telling you to do. It says do better. And I'm sorry to be so harsh. I'm just like, that's just what the cards are saying. That's how I'm being, you know, that's how that energy that's being brought out here. We also have the Judgment. Yeah, no judgment. Exactly. Like, I'm not here to judge y'all. This is no judgment. Spirit doesn't want you to feel judged either. It's just like, this is friendly and helpful advice that you should be doing better, and you would have better options if you had more self-worth. Sometimes you have to say no to certain things in order to make space for the right things in your life. Okay? This is learning how to say no. You gotta say no to certain stuff, you know? Even if it does mean being a little bit lonely or people not believing you for, you know, when you say like, oh, I'm doing fine. And they're like, no, that bitch lonely as hell. You know, like people might think certain stuff about you, but that doesn't have to be your reality. That's just them projecting it onto you. Like, let's say that like, okay, so for example, yesterday was Valentine's Day. Let's say that you didn't have a date or a Valentine. And other people were like, that bitch lonely as hell. She doesn't have a Valentine. Meanwhile, you're like, you know what? I'm okay with not having a Valentine because all of the people who wanted to be my Valentine, I didn't like them, or I didn't like them like that. And I'm not trying to be out here, you know, leading people on or being seen in public with people who I don't fuck with, people who I don't like. So I'd rather just be alone, and I'm cool rocking on my own until the right type of person comes for me, okay? Until we're getting a good deal, until I'm getting a great deal, and not just somebody taking advantage of me. All right, so, you know, some of y'all, again, doing the most for the least when you need to flip that around or do the most for the most, you know? Here we have the Star. 17 in reverse, the Star. Some of you guys, like maybe what you learned about self-worth, especially when it came to like dating or friendship when you were in your teen years or when you were a child, could really be kind of like fucking with you now. Definitely, I feel like it's something that happened when you were younger that is messing up your self-worth now. And some of you guys might not even have hope around this situation. Like, hope that you could get something better or somebody better could come along. But yeah, they could. They absolutely could. But honestly, it depends on you, because what is in your life is based upon what you accept and what you allow. Like, you have to allow and accept certain people into your life and certain situations into your life. Okay? So some of y'all need better boundaries. Some of y'all need better standards. Okay? That's what's coming through here. Self-worth is all about having high standards for yourself and for your life. We got here, this is the 13. This is death. Starting over, starting anew, being reborn. I don't know why I said reborn. Instead of like reborn. Reborn. I don't know what that's about, but I'm laughing so much because there's this like silly energy to this situation. So you know what? Maybe this person like makes you laugh, or maybe, you know, whatever the situation is, like you do have some sort of enjoyment out of it, but still it's reflecting your low standards. It's actually like it's not up to par for what it is that you really want, or what it is that like is in your best interest. But yeah, you have some work to do. Like, you got to turn over a new leaf. It's time to transform, to metamorphosize into this new person, into this, you know, bad bitch that you're meant to be. Bad bitch is gender neutral, okay? I want to say hunty again. I don't know why I keep wanting to say hunty. There's like sassiness coming through here as well. Shout out to my LGBTQ population, my homies. But yeah. There's, you know, wings. There's lots of wings here. We got the wings on this angel. We got the wings on this butterfly. This butterfly. You guys are being reborn. And this is an upright card. This is upright right here. So this is a positive rebirth. You have to understand that, you know, in the next stage of your life, certain things, certain people, certain behaviors just are not you anymore. A butterfly does not behave the same way that a caterpillar behaves. They don't need the same things that a caterpillar needs. They don't even have the same body parts. You know? So like the idea of growing up is coming through here. Like we talked about, you know, you might still be having some of the same behaviors from when you were a teenager or whatever. Some of y'all, Spirit is saying you got to grow up, get some self-worth and grow up. Maybe some of you guys are a little too old to be acting the way that you're acting, or to be having crushes on the people that you have crushes on. I know I sound a little harsh right now, but this is just the way it's coming through, you guys. Some of y'all are a little too old to be doing what you're doing. Okay, we've got two more cards that came out. Three more cards that came out here, actually. We have the, I want to say that's the Page of Wands. Yeah, that's the Page of Wands. We have the Three of Swords. And then we also have the Temperance card here in reverse. So, yeah. Some of the things that like maybe you thought were like fated were not fated. And you know what's interesting, actually? In the identifiers, I kept getting this like left at the altar energy, or like somebody who's like engaged, or somebody who's like solo dolo, single. And that's kind of coming through here again. It's just this idea of like something that maybe you thought was fated is not. And then also this like immature energy here too with this Page of Wands in reverse. It's like very immature mindset, very immature sense of humor, very immature way of like interacting with the world. And it's causing you sorrow. It's causing you sadness. We just have now the Nine of Wands. It's causing you to be defensive in a way that like not only is not attractive, but just isn't serving you. It's like this reading is all about things that aren't serving you. Isn't serving you. Okay? And it's like you should walk away, but you don't. I try to walk away, but I stumble. That's from I Try by Macy Gray. Yeah. You're stumbling Stumbling when you should be reinventing yourself. You should be rebirthing yourself. I try to say goodbye and I choke. Try to walk away and I stumble. It's clear. My world crumbles when you are not near. So yeah, like, your world should not be crumbling because of somebody else. If you had high self-worth, like, you'd be unshakable. Unshakable, babes. Be like, nobody could jerk you around. You see how these two people here are doing this, like, a tug of war? When this is in reverse, it's like you're getting jerked around. I apologize, y'all. My camera died, but yeah, getting out here getting jerked around when you could be the one in this boss position. You could be the one who is rebirthed into this boss position, okay? Because right now you're just out here accepting bad deals. People are taking advantage of you because you seem like an easy target because they can tell you don't have self-worth. Because if you did, you would say like, no, that sounds like shit. No, I don't want that. You'd be saying no a lot more. Ted Mosby came out in our Identifiers, and there's this one episode of How I Met Your Mother where Jennifer Lopez is featured on there. She is this woman who I believe her name is Anita, is the name of the character, and she talks about like the power of saying no. And how when you say no, it creates space for other people to find out what you would say yes to and to do more to try and get your yes. So you are just out here accepting any old thing when it's not what you really want, but maybe it's all that you're being offered. But if you said no, people would offer you better stuff. Okay, so you know what? It's so funny. Before my camera died, I had said something about like, you could be the boss, like boss ass bitch. And I was like, that's Nicki Minaj. And now something that Nicki Minaj said to me, something that Nicki Minaj said is coming through to me. There's this video of her being like, you know, I went to this one shoot once and all they had was like pickles or whatever. And I'm labeled hard to deal with, or I'm labeled difficult sometimes, but like, you know, I walked off the set of that because, you know, I wasn't about to accept it. And if I had accepted it, then we'd all be here right now drinking pickle juice, you know? So it's about having high standards for yourself and what it is that you want your life, your career, your love, etc., what you want that to look like. And maintaining your high standards, knowing when to say no so that you can move forward into the type of life that it is that you really want. Not everybody can come with you. Not everything can come with you, including yourself and your old habits. You know, I talked about this before, but the caterpillar and the butterfly are totally different creatures. They can't eat the same things. They don't do the same things. They don't move the same way. You have to start moving different, okay? You got to start moving different. For real. How to, don't forget to like this video. When you hit that thumbs up button, it helps other people to find this video because it puts it on other people's homepages. So I know this is a tough love message, but if you needed to hear it, probably somebody else needs to hear it too. So please like the video and subscribe to my channel so that you and I can be more connected and I can tap in a little bit more to your specific situations and give you more specific advice in these readings, these free readings. So yeah, thank you so much for spending some time with me today, y'all. I love you all so much. And I'm excited for you to get into your boss energy. And that doesn't necessarily mean like you literally have your own company or whatever, but it's just like being in the driver's seat of your life and knowing what it is that you will and won't accept, having higher standards, right? So yeah, I love you all. And I hope that you have a great day, night, or evening whenever you're watching this. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye. What's up? What it do, my pile threeple? Hey, hey, hey. If you chose the third card, you're here in pile 3. We're going to do our identifiers first. And if you would like to skip this part, if you're already very confident in your intuitive choice of this card, then you can feel free to skip to the actual reading itself, the part with the cards. That timestamp is going to be in the description box below. For now, We're gonna go ahead and put this bad boy off to the side. We're gonna get our handy dandy, very trusty lip bowl out, and let's see, get some little confirmations for my people who chose pile 3. Spirit, we're getting today some chakra check-ins. So we want to know about the people who chose pile 3. Who are they? Who are my pile 3 people? My pile 3 people. Who is in pile 3? Who chose the 3rd card? While I'm doing this, make sure you like this video, give it a thumbs up, and subscribe to my channel. When you do that, it makes us more connected. It makes your energy easier for me to read, a little bit more available for me to read, because we then have a relationship. You are a subscriber, and so that becomes a tie between us that allows me to pinpoint your energy in my readings. So I think that's pretty cool. All right, anybody else in pile 3, Spirit? Anybody else in pile 3? Okay, anybody else in pile 3? Okay, cool. Let's see, who do we have here? That song, Higher Love, is coming through, and you know what, maybe it's just because I watched Love is Blind, but I don't know, it's stuck in my head. Energy by Drake. I got enemies, got a lot of enemies, got a lot of people trying to drain me of my energy. Trying to take away from a nigga. Satsuma, that is a citrus fruit. So the way that these work is that at least one of these things should be familiar to you, or should have maybe shown up in your life recently over the past couple of days, weeks, possibly even months. If it's like that much that you would remember it, that it stuck out to you like that, should be significant to you somehow. So for example, like energy might be your favorite song, right? Or Satsuma, you might have eaten a Satsuma yesterday, or maybe your favorite restaurant is called Satsuma or something like that. Or maybe you're like burning a Satsuma scented something right now, you know? Wake Up in the Sky, Gucci Mane, Bruno Mars, Kodak Black. I apologize if you guys can hear my dog eating right now. He literally loves to eat as soon as I sit down to film these. It's just like, why? I don't know. But Wake Up in the Sky is a song. Fly, fly. This one says Randall Park. He's an actor. You might know him as the dad on Fresh Off the Boat, or the love interest in Always Be My Maybe. We've got Cheerleader by Omi, the Felix Jane radio edit. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. We've got dupe here. So that could be like, you know how certain products could be dupes of other products? It says here like makeup, so a lot of people will be like, this makeup is a drugstore dupe for this really high-end brand. It can also mean trickster, like if somebody dupes you, they trick you. Dupe is also short for duplicate. Here we go. Bootsy Collins, prolific musician. If you know, you know. We've got air signs, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. That could be in your sun, moon, rising, or Venus. Maybe a stellium in one of those signs, or North Node. Beauty in the Dark by the Isley Brothers and Mos Def. That's a song. Groove with You. Clumsy by Fergie. Also a song. Clumsy 'cause I'm falling in love. So in love with you. Key tattoo. You may have a tattoo of a key. You might be thinking about getting a tattoo of a key. Maybe you recently saw somebody with a tattoo of a key. Aaron Taylor Johnson. He's an actor. You might know him from like Kick-Ass or Bullet Train or Angus Thongs and Perfect Snogging. He played Robbie. Quarter. So maybe you were like looking for a quarter today. Maybe you needed quarters like to do your laundry. Maybe you have a quarter in your pocket right now. Could also be like the French Quarter in New Orleans. Maybe your school's on the quarter system. We've got here brushing teeth. So maybe you like just brush your teeth a little while ago. Maybe you've even been having trouble brushing your teeth. I know some people who suffer from depression, that's like an issue for them. Privacy. You could have been taking steps recently to increase your privacy. Maybe you changed your passwords or got some new cameras or something like that. Or maybe you had like a privacy breach recently or something. Blackberries. That could be the fruit. It could also be the phone. Maybe you like had a Blackberry back in the day or something. Used to send BBMs. Evermore. Taylor Swift featuring Bon Iver. Nick and Nora's Infinite Playlist. That is a movie, but it's also a book. The movie stars Michael Cera and Kat Dennings. Dreamgirls. Movie and Broadway play. Movie had Beyonce, Jennifer Hudson, and I want to say like Anika Noni Rose. Am I wrong about that? Maybe. I don't know. My phone is too far away to check. Living single in a 90s kind of world. I'm glad I've got my girls. Keep your head up. What? Keep your head up. That's right. All right. If you don't know Living Single, then get to know it. Iconic TV show from the 90s starring Queen Latifah and a whole bunch of other people. Animal print. So maybe you're wearing something animal print. Maybe you have like an animal print pillow or like tapestry in your house. Maybe you wore something animal print like recently or yesterday or whatever. Tea ceremony. Tea ceremony. Maybe you have like a tea ritual that you do. This is supposed to also be like Chinese tea ceremony. The London. So this could just be London. And honestly, this looks like a hashtag. It's not supposed to look like a hashtag. It's supposed to be like a little star. Can you see that? Yeah, it's supposed to be like a little star. But for some reason, it looks like a hashtag. The London is a song by Young Thug, J. Cole, and I want to see like Ty Dolla $ign. But also it could just be like the city of London. Here we have pink velvet. I want to just say red velvet. So maybe you like recently ate red velvet cake or cupcakes or something, but pink velvet coming out here. So this is interesting. There's some fabrics. We have the animal print, which is not inherently a fabric, but I guess, I don't know. For some reason, I just had the idea of somebody putting animal print like on a cake, like as a design on a cake, or like maybe somebody's like nails were animal print. I don't know. Juggernaut. We've got here, What About Your Friends by TLC. My dog's over here itching, so you probably can hear his collar because it's loud. Bracelet. Maybe you just got a bracelet as a gift. Maybe you have like a special bracelet or something. I don't know. What about your friends? Will they stand their ground? Burn by Usher. I think that you should let it burn. Feeling me the same in your body. Don't want to. Haterade. Burn is definitely significant because I just really wanted to keep singing that song, like real bad. Mugler, designer. Sassafras, Cypress, and Indigo by Intozaki Shanjay. We've got Familiar. We have here Picture by Sheryl Crow and Kid Rock. That's a song. It's a duet. I put your picture away. Sat down and cried today. I can't look at you while I'm lying next to her. Ooh. Yeah, that song's significant too. Sufjan Stevens, he's a musician. I keep wanting to curl up. So maybe you're like curling up listening to Sufjan Stevens music. Curling up and crying. LOL. Monopoly. So that could be like the game Monopoly. It could even be Monopoly Go. Also, Ariana Grande and Victoria Monet have a song called Monopoly. I've been on the road. Where have you been? The number 2, that could be the month of February, which is when I'm filming this video right now. Happy Black History Month, everybody. But that also would be Aquarius and Pisces energy. And then also you could like be one of 2 kids. You could live on 2nd Street or 2nd Avenue, apartment number 2. Maybe you're on the 2nd floor. You could be seeing 222, things like that. Romance novel. Maybe you have like 2 kids in your family or something. I don't know. Along for the Ride by Sarah Dessen. That is both a movie and a book. The book obviously came first. They turned it into a movie that's on Netflix. I just wanted to like explain the plot of that, and I'm not going to, but that means that that's significant too. We have here the number 9. That would be the month of September, which is Virgo and Libra energy. Also, there is a song by Willow Smith called 9. I believe it's featuring SZA. So you could be seeing 999. You could live on 9th Street, 9th Avenue, apartment number 9. There could be 9 people in your family, something like that. What do we have here? We've got Ruby Woo by MAC. That is a lipstick color. I've been on the road, where have you been? That's from Monopoly by Ariana Grande and Victoria Monet. Breaking Free, Zac Efron and Vanessa Hudgens from High School Musical. We're breaking free, soaring, flying. There's not a star in heaven that we can't reach. If we're trying, yeah, we're breaking free. Oh, breaking free. All right, Usman is here with from 90 Day Fiancé. If you know, you know. 90 Day Fiancé Hive Stand Up. I don't remember if karaoke came out in another pile already, but I'm definitely getting karaoke vibes. Cheesy snacks. Maybe that's your favorite kind of snack. Maybe you just ate some cheesy snacks. Maybe you're eating some right now. Gloria Delgado Pritchett. So it's funny that that just came out because I did just like roll my R's before I opened this, and it made me think of like, what is that cheesy snack? It's like a cheese dip, Rotel. People like to make like Rotel dip. I think it's pretty big in Hispanic communities. Gloria Delgado Pritchett is a character from Modern Family, played by Sofia Vergara. Legally Blonde, it's a movie. They did also make it into a musical. The movie stars Reese Witherspoon. Soarin'. Yeah, Breaking Free, High School Musical is coming through very strongly. The number 23 is coming here. So that is very famously Michael Jordan's number. There's also a song called 23 by Miley Cyrus and Mike Will Made It. That also makes me think of What's My Age Again by Blink-182. Nobody likes you when you're 23. You could be 23 right now. That could be your lucky number. Lil Sebastian. That is the mini horse from Parks and Recreation. Bye bye, little Sebastian. Honeybee, the head and the heart. Honeybee, could you imagine where our lives would lead? That silly ring, it wasn't meant to be. Number 3. So you could be seeing 333. That would be the month of March, which is Pisces and Aries energy. You could live on the 3rd floor, 3 kids in your family, that kind of thing. 3rd Street, 3rd Avenue. We have here chess. You could live in building number 3, something like that. S'mores. So maybe you like s'mores. Maybe you recently bought the ingredients for s'mores, or you're having plans to make s'mores soon. Baby Mother. That is a rap artist. She's a hip hop artist. She's a rapper. Financially independent. I do believe that Baby Mother is an independent artist as well. But you could be working on like your financial independence journey. If that's the case, go check out my abundance journal. The link is in the description box as well. And then last but not least, we have drama. So maybe you experienced some drama recently. High School Musical was coming through very, very strongly. So you might have participated in your high school musicals when you were a high school student. There's also a musical duo called Drama. So you might know their music or listen to their music. And then also this makes me think of Johnny Drama from Entourage. He was Vince's brother, Johnny Chase. Okay, so I'm gonna go write these down in my tarot journal. If you are interested, I did make a tarot journal for y'all. So use guys. You could go check that out in the description box below. If you are interested in writing down any of your insights that you get from these readings, or if you like to do readings from yourself, it's just a good little resource for you. So go check that out. Anyway, let me write these down in my tarot journal, and I'll see you guys on the flip. I'll see you in a second. What it do, pile 3? Hey there. Welcome to the part with the cards. If you chose the 3rd card, this is your reading. Let's go ahead and get into it. Chakra check-in. Let's see, which chakra do you need to pay more attention to? Do you need to maybe do some clearing work with? We've got here the crown chakra, destiny. I don't know why I said it that way. Maybe it's just because it like sounds so prolific or something. Now that I said the word prolific, it made me think of Nipsey Hussle. He had that tattooed on his face, and that man definitely had a very prolific destiny. You know, he was a hometown hero for LA. He released some really amazing music. Unfortunately, he was taken from us way too soon, but he managed to do some really great things on this earth while he was here, and the marathon continues. So yeah, I'm also intrigued here by the different color robes that these 2 figures especially here are wearing, maybe because it's Black History Month, which I already mentioned in the identifiers because we did get the number 2, which to me can signify February. But also these 2 people here, we've got one wearing a white robe and one wearing a black robe. And the ideology of bringing opposites together is coming through here as well. There's also an air of judgment here. There's an idea here about yin and yang. You can see on this card that these 2 figures, their arms are actually crossed together. It might be kind of hard for you guys to see, but their arms are like, it's like they're holding elbows here. Worshipping together in some way, shape, or form. And then there's this like portal. There's a portal here to like another realm or another world or something like that. This makes me think about people maybe choosing their destinies before they come to Earth. And of course, you know, the crown chakra is all about cosmic consciousness as well. Being part of the one, the universal one, being part with source. Being at unity with source. And maybe recognizing that we're not so different after all, and differences can be solved through peace. Blue is like a very peaceful color, so both of these figures here are wearing blue in their robes. So, and then also like the way that this person's hands are folded together is giving me like peaceful vibes. So some of you guys may feel that your destiny on this earth is to provide peace. I'm trying to remember which album this was on. I guess do I have my phone nearby? I do. Evermore by Taylor Swift and Bon Iver came out in our identifiers, and I don't know if it was on the Evermore album or the Folklore album, but on one of them, Taylor has a song called Peace, where she's like, would it be enough if I could never give you peace? And, you know, with Taylor being so like mega famous as she is, nobody that she's with is ever going to be able to like genuinely have a peaceful life. And so I think that she's trying to, she's trying to reckon with that in terms of destiny as well too, you know, just like she was destined. So it was on the Folklore album, but she was destined to be like this very famous person, and so her life is inherently just never going to be peaceful, you know. For some of you guys, your destiny is to like come here and like shake shit up, you know. Some of you guys are really good at solving disagreements between people, being mediators. Let's go ahead and get the tarot cards out now. I'm going to read the story that goes with this card a little bit later, but I want to get the tarot cards out now. You can definitely do some crown chakra meditations. There are a lot of them available on YouTube. You can Meditate with the focus on your crown chakra, right at the top of your head, reaching and extending to above your head. We're using the Law of Attraction Tarot here today. And you know what's interesting actually is that this imagery here and the imagery like going on here in the corner are kind of similar. So, love that. Love that. Okay. Spirit, those people who chose pile 3, who got the Destiny card with the crown chakra, what's their chakra check-in message? We got here King of Pentacles in reverse. What else? Some of you guys might be facing like workaholism, or you could be working in a way that's like, I want to say out of your element. I don't know what that's really about. Here we go. We got the Hermit. That card, you have to go check the tape on that, but definitely the Hermit card came out in pile 1. We have here the 7 of Wands in reverse. So yeah, some of you guys are overworking, and you're overworking at something that is not your destiny. It's not for you. It's not your thing. You might be learning a lot from this position with the Hermit here, but I think it's also causing you maybe to spend too much time alone. And you might need it. You might need the time alone, but like some of you guys are definitely overworking. What else? Pile 3. You guys could be working on trying to reach some sort of enlightenment of some kind. We have here the 8 of Cups in reverse. You could have also walked away from whatever this thing was already, walked away from it at some point and decided to return. For some of you guys, this might be a really overbearing or very tough career. And you might have tried to leave, or you might have even just taken like a leave of absence and then decided to return to it at some point, potentially even against your better judgment. What else for pile 3? People who chose this Destiny card. We here have the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, this definitely is work related. For some of you guys, there could be a new opportunity coming in. This could be a new job, a move, some sort of like tangible change, especially changing your resources, food, clothing, shelter. We've got here the Ace. I'm sorry, I don't know why I said the Ace. We've got here the Wheel of Fortune. Why did it take me so long to say that? That's so funny. I don't know why. Some of you guys could have won something, won some money or something like that. Hold on. Okay, yeah, so this is upright. I just had to check because I didn't want to put it in the wrong position. This is upright. So yeah, some of you guys could have won some money or something somewhere. That obviously is not going to resonate for every single person watching this. But for others of you, things are actually turning upwards. They're about to start going your way, or it could be that they've already kind of started to turn upwards. You might have had a streak of bad luck, especially with these dice here being in the reverse. You might have had a streak of bad luck, and now things are starting to go your way again. Some of you also may have like had a gambling issue, especially with like the dice here and the wheel. It's giving very much Waking Up in Vegas kind of energy. That is a song by Katy Perry. Why don't you put your money where your mouth is? That's what you get for waking up in Vegas. Go on and shake the glitter off your clothes now. That's what you get for waking up in Vegas. Yeah, some of you guys might have made some really poor money choices recently, and then ended up, it could have helped you to actually see things in a different way and actually to find your own path. Because monks famously live most of the time in poverty in an attempt to find enlightenment. And you could have been forced, some of you guys, to take like a back-breaking job or a job that was like very intensive, could have been down on your luck, but a new opportunity either came in or is coming in that is going to turn your luck around. Turn the beat around. Time to hear percussion. Gloria Estefan. Turn it upside down. Love to hear it. I'm wondering why the Five of Cups is here, because that is a card about disappointment. And I was not expecting to see that. There's also a version of Turn the Beat Around by Vicky Sue Robinson as well. So yeah, I do feel like you were able to kind of turn things around, but there's some sort of disappointment here. I want to know what that's about. And it's interesting also because like there's like this field of sunflowers here. That's not the type of imagery you would expect for the Five of Cups. That's like, there's something positive. You know, the Five of Cups does actually usually denote that there is still something positive even after a disappointment, right? It's like out of the 5 cups, 3 of them are turned over, and then there's 2 that still remain, but you may not be paying attention to those 2 things. So this could be like an unaccepted, I guess unaccepted maybe is the right word, an unaccepted or unexpected silver lining that you were not ready to face, didn't expect to see, or something like that. It also makes me think of like the seasonality of everything, you know, like wheels turns, sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. The seasons change. Sometimes it's hot, sometimes it's cold, sometimes things work in your favor, sometimes they don't. And this is like making me think of like ungrateful and like unappreciative energy, you know. Sometimes it's like you just have to appreciate that you're even alive. And I know that that can be kind of tough, especially in this day and age when like it kind of feels like everything is a little bit harder than it used to be, or even a lot harder than it used to be. And I know especially like for kids growing up now in this age of the internet and social media and things like that, like it's very difficult for adults to understand how kids have so much pressure on them and like what it's like to grow up in this age if you didn't grow up in it yourself. But sometimes you just have to be grateful that like you're even here on this earth. And that's definitely part of what I'm getting from this Destiny card. Like when you think about all of the people who had to exist in order for you to be here, and like not only that, but the sperm that had to make it to the egg, you know what I'm saying? Like out of all the sperms, it was the one sperm that created you, and now here you are with that one egg, that one sperm and that one egg that created you out of all the possible sperms and all the possible eggs. It's like out of all the different combinations that could have been, you are here, and that is a special thing. And you do have some sort of destiny that you're here to fulfill, and I feel like you are not as appreciative of that as you could be. And I'm not here, you know, it's interesting because I was getting like single mom energy kind of during the identifiers, but I didn't say anything about that. And I was like, I don't really feel like I need to say that. And now it's kind of like coming through again. I'm not trying to like take any stances here on like, I think that everybody should be allowed to do whatever they want with their own bodies. That is my personal opinion and belief. I am also here getting this message that like, if you're here, you have a destiny that you have to fulfill that is waiting for you. And there is a certain gratefulness that maybe you should tap into. It's like, with that being said, some of y'all need to do a little bit of a gratitude practice. You might be in kind of a slump here with this 5 of Cups energy coming through, because like I said, I wasn't expecting that to come through, especially after like this upswing. I'm sorry to laugh. I just am remembering something that I saw. Josh Johnson, he is a comedian, and I recently saw one of his videos on YouTube. And he mentioned this song that I literally have not heard in forever. And it's the one that's like, oh shit, shake that ass while moving like a gypsy. Stop, whoa, back it up. Now let me see your hips swing. And I just was thinking about the whole idea of like you're on an upswing, and then I thought about swing. And it just made me laugh. And it's like those little moments like that where maybe like you think of something that's funny, or, you know, you see like a tiny moment of beauty, or you just like realize that you have clean running water. And, you know, not everybody has that. And so you, like, express gratitude for it. Or, like, you know how to read, and not everybody knows how to read, and you express gratitude for it. Or you have all your teeth, or you have a roof over your head, or whatever it is, you know. There is, like, some silver lining to every single situation. There's always something to be grateful for. And gratitude is definitely going to help bring you to your destiny. You definitely need to establish a gratitude practice if you haven't already, because that will be something that can help reconnect you to the cosmic consciousness, to the oneness that we all share in this world. Something that I like to do sometimes is like, I'll wake up in the morning and I'll start saying hello to stuff, like to the trees and to the grass and to my house and whatever. And it's like, you know, we're all just like cells vibrating at a certain frequency. And so trying to honor that. You know, these cards are made out of cells. This bowl here is made out of cells. The slips of paper inside of it, this like little lavender sachet, me, myself, and I, my dog, like we're all just made out of cells. And so I think like recognizing that we are all just like atoms out here. You know, protons, neutrons, electrons, nuclei out here, vibrating our best that we can. You know, remembering that on a certain level, we're all the same thing. And so saying hello to the grass and the trees and the bugs and my house and whatever, and the clouds and the sun, just like can bring you into, or brings me at least into that feeling of oneness with the universe. And so, yeah, there's like literally so much to be thankful and so much to be grateful for in this world. And like sometimes we forget about that. But like this reading is telling you to stop and smell the flowers. Like, remember that there is beauty in this world, even if you're ignoring it at certain times. There is beauty in this world, and that will help to keep you on your upswing. It will. That's literally so funny, because it's like, who has thought about that song in so long? Obviously Josh Johnson has, but like, who else has thought about that song in so long? Nobody. That's literally so funny. And so it's like, there could be just like all these little forgotten things in your life and in your world that, you know, make you smile or make you happy or make you laugh, or like that could stand to be appreciated. And so you can try and find them and appreciate them a little bit more. Is there anything else? Here we go. Oh shit, shake that ass while moving like a gypsy. Stop, oh, back it up. Now let me see your hips swing. I'm gonna put that right here. No, I'm not. I'm gonna put it right here. Bruh, okay, fine. I'll leave it where it was. I just don't want there to be a glare, and I'm trying not to like double up on this row. But I guess some things can't be avoided. And like maybe that is part of this message here about like you going back to something that you didn't really want or intend to go back to. And it's kind of like maybe some things can't be avoided. Or it could be that like maybe you didn't learn your lesson the first time, and so you have to double back, and so you can learn your lesson again, or learn it properly this time, really internalize it. That might be what's going on for you. And some people have the belief that, you know, like Earth is like a school and we're here to like learn stuff or whatever, which, you know, I think is probably true. I don't have a firm stance on that either way, but it's like if you believe in reincarnation, then it's the idea of like you keep coming back to learn new lessons or to like exercise certain karma or whatever. And the karma part is not really sticking out to me right now, but it's like the idea of learning certain lessons. We have the Six of Wands here. So it's like going from this disappointment and then realizing what the silver linings are and reaping them. You reap what you sow. So imagine that like this guy here, like who's out here with his scythe, like cutting this hay, went through this field of sunflowers and starts, harvesting the sunflowers, whether they are to give to his wife or his husband, or to sell, or to give to his son or daughter or whatever, or just to like decorate his home, or to replant and propagate somewhere new. It's like the idea of you reap what you sow, and you can always harvest something new. And the Six of Wands is also about like having friends, having fans, having success. There's a certain amount of success here that's waiting for you, but you have to learn to appreciate those little things in life. The Page of Swords here in reverse. Social media, I guess, is coming back up again too. And then also maybe the idea of like being a bad student, or maybe even having a bad teacher. I'm kind of drawn here to like this person with the whip in the background. You guys can see here, there's like a guy on a horse with a whip in the background and somebody who's like running away. And I'm kind of drawn to that background character. Could be like maybe you didn't have the best teacher growing up. You know how like rappers will always say stuff, and not just rappers, but I feel like this comes up in a lot of hip hop songs where like rappers will be like, to all my teachers who didn't believe in me, this one's for you, or whatever, right? You might have also just learned bad lessons from people growing up. It might have been that like you learned things, people might have told you that things were supposed to be painful or things were supposed to be hard, when in reality they can be a lot easier if you let them. There also could be like some painful lessons that you learned or that other people taught you. Some of you guys are definitely here to break negative cycles. They always talking about like breaking generational curses and stuff like that, and I definitely think that that's coming through here as well. For some of y'all, I think could be spending too much time on social media. That's part of it, for sure. And then also maybe not giving yourself enough slack. It's a possibility here too. We just had this card come out, this Two of Swords. It's a card of indecision. It's a card of not taking enough time to make a choice that really will work for you. It's a card of I don't want to say a bad deal, because it's more like thoughts, maybe bad thoughts. Wild thoughts. Rihanna, DJ Khaled, Drake is coming through right now. Is that Drake? Who's that? That's not Drake. Bryson Tiller. Yeah. And also like an inability to resist is coming through as well. An inability to resist in some way. I did mention earlier like gambling addiction. For some of you guys, you may have like a full-blown like social media addiction. And so you may need to take some time. But there's something here that like has more control over you and over your mind than you have control over you and over your mind. Gratitude practice could help with that too. But some of y'all need to like practice some mental toughness. Some of you guys might need to work on like a dopamine cleanse or something like that as well. It's the idea of like letting somebody else run you instead of learning how to run yourself is coming through. Especially with this Hermit card here. It's like self-mastery. Definitely you have so much potential, but self-mastery is lacking. I think you want it, but you're not doing what it takes to get there. And then the social media is coming through again, and like you're moving really fast in the wrong direction. I don't know why I just said the social media. I guess I was meant to say that, but I meant to say the Page of Swords. But like you're moving really fast in the wrong direction. Learning the wrong things, learning the wrong skills. And I know like to a degree that's like not super helpful, because it's like, well then what are the right skills? That's something that only you can answer. That's going to be different for everybody. And I think that the answer lies again in the gratitude. Like, if you lost everything, like, what would you still be grateful for? You know? Like, what is, like, the one or two things that you would, like, just be so grateful to still have in your life? Or to still be able to do? And maybe that's a good place to start off, you know? Alright, I'm gonna read from the book now about this chakra card. Let's see what insight that brings us. Black is the shade that demands to be taken seriously. As it absorbs all the colors, black emits the warm, powerful energy of the protector. Unlike black, white is isolated. Together, they balance and create. You will be guided by your angels to what is best for you and all concerned. There we go. All right, let's see what else there's to be said about this. So this comes with like a little story, and then it comes with like some inspiration, some questions, and some keywords. So we're going to read all of those. And you know what? It's funny because I never have said like, here's what you can expect for me to read from this book or whatever, right? But I feel like for some reason, like, you guys need a way of knowing what to expect somehow. And life doesn't really work like that. But one way you can know what to expect is because you reap what you sow. So if you start planting good seeds, then you can start to expect good things. And that could start, again, with a gratitude practice. Anyway, black and white are in heaven, waiting to go back to earth yet again to complete their work. When they meet and fall in love, they learn that they will not be together on earth. In previous lives, their love was ill-fated. They appeal to the council of great spirits, who turn down their request to be together. But the great servant appears and grants their wish. Together they accomplish greater things than they could have done alone. The inspiration behind this card says, take a risk. Dare to have your life the way you decide. Are you willing to make sacrifices to have what you desire? The personal inquiry behind this card is, what tools do I need to form my own destiny? Am I ready for my destiny? The key ideas here are true love, taking a stand, positive omen, radical thinking, deep satisfaction, ability to change, and the keywords are love, pathway, and faith. I'm not going to read the whole meditation, but there is a line in here that I'm going to say to you. It says, recall a time when you fought for something you believed in and won. Allow the feeling of triumph to filter through your body. So, some of you guys, there's something that you need to like stand up for, whether that's standing up for yourselves or standing up for another person, standing up for something or somebody that you love. And you may have seen defeat in certain situations in the past, but that doesn't mean that it has to be like that in the future. And sometimes it takes certain seeds a while to actually blossom, okay? Sometimes it takes generations for certain things to come through. And definitely I'm getting here not only indecision, but disagreement and conflict in some ways as well. And people may be coming from two opposite sides of the coin or opposite sides of the table. And I almost, like I was about to say, like, I don't necessarily know if there is an accord to come to here. I don't know if there is an accord. For some of you guys, it's like, it is the idea of triumph. And for some people, triumph is not coming to an accord with another person. It's actually like winning out over the other person. You may feel that you've been unlucky in the past, or maybe generations of your family have been unlucky in the past. Definitely, there could be some ADOS people here in this group. That's not going to apply to everybody. If you don't know what that means, you can always look it up, but I'll go ahead and tell you it is Black History Month. That is American descendants of slaves in this group. This flower field, this sunflower field here, reminds me a lot of Mississippi right now. And then of course we have here like this reaper, this person working the fields here as well. And then there's like this whip cracking. So chattel slavery is definitely coming through at this moment. So you may come from a disadvantaged background in terms of your family. You could feel taken advantage of in a lot of different ways. You might just feel terminally unlucky in some different ways. I do think there's a message here about finding your own strength. And I don't mean that in the way of like pulling yourselves up by your bootstraps. I don't mean it like that. I mean finding like an inner strength and a mental strength, mental clarity as well. And understanding that sometimes some of the negative things that you or your ancestors may have gone through can be turned into, like, challenges can be turned into triumphs. Disappointments can be turned into positive things. You've got a destiny to fulfill. And I don't think you need anybody else to tell you what that is. You know, like, it's like the era of sharecropping is over. You don't have to work for anybody else if you don't want to. You don't have to till anybody else's land if you don't want to. And I'm not meaning that, like, literally, although I guess it could be literal for some people. And I know that there are still, like, a lot of, like, migrant workers out there who are not being treated fairly at all. So this can definitely apply to my Latino populations as well. In the identifiers, there was like this energy of Spanish-speaking people with Latino heritage, Hispanic heritage as well. And this is just like an energy of being taken advantage of by like the man. And there are so many other ways out there that you don't have to do that anymore. You can work your own fields, and those fields are metaphorical. They also could be literal because, you know, land as a concept and also as a physical reality is important. And it is coming through in this message. And, you know, I said earlier, like, about giving gratitude to, like, the trees and the grass and the bugs and things like that. And I'm now just, like, making this connection here between that and where I am now. But I'm also, like, getting this idea of, like, a higher plane, which I think, I guess, like, you know, coming from the story here and this idea of, like, going back to Earth, you know, for another time or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But, like, also kind of like the higher plane that I'm thinking about now is, like, streaming or, like, the metaverse or something like that, you know? It's, like, it's weird. And there is definitely something to be said for, like, physical land and physical real estate, but the world is moving in such a different direction now that it's like there are just so many other ways. You know, you see how many different colors there are, different slots and places there are to win on this Wheel of Fortune. There's so many ways to win on this Wheel of Fortune. And so your destiny may be something actually unconventional. And if you keep trying to go back to something and that something is failing you, like this idea of like physical labor, like backbreaking labor or something like that, and it's failing you, maybe it's because you should try your luck elsewhere, on a different plane or in a different slot or whatever, you know? Try your luck elsewhere. And recognize that sometimes a loss can be a blessing. You know, it opens you up for different places and different things, different ways you can win. So you just have to be in gratitude for those things and turn around and look elsewhere. Some of you guys may have had like a health issue. It could have been like some sort of bad health where you had to take some time off or something like that, and you may not have seen it as a good thing at the time, but it actually was kind of a blessing because it allowed you to be redirected. And you might have like tried to, you know, go back to whatever it was that you were doing in the past before the health issue, and Spirit just wants you to know that like this was a redirection. It's time for you to go towards your destiny and go in a different way. For some of you guys, yoga could be really, really helpful You might need to work on your balance. Some of you guys could have had issues in your leg or your feet, legs or feet. You know, trying to work yourself too hard in a certain direction could have detrimental effects. Or letting somebody else work you too hard in a direction that's opposing to where you're trying to go could also have detrimental effects. So you need to accept the redirection that you've had in your life and figure out where to go from there in a way that makes you happy. All right, pile 3, make sure you like this video and subscribe to my channel. When you like the video, it helps it to spread a little farther on YouTube so that anybody else who may need to hear this message could find it potentially. And when you subscribe, it makes you and I more connected so that we can have a more kind of like direct line and direct tie, so I can pinpoint any things that are coming through for you in the reading, and the reading can be more specific to you. A little subscription can go a long way. Thank you guys so much. I love you all, and I'm so grateful for you to be here with me, for watching. And I wish you guys nothing but the best. Don't forget to look out for your silver linings and to do some gratitude journaling. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Love y'all. Bye. Hey there, pile 4. Welcome, welcome. We're going to get into the identifiers portion of your reading. If you would like to skip this part, there's another timestamp down below labeled pile 4 reading, and that will take you straight to the part with the cards. Yay! All right, so let's see. Who is this reading actually for? Some of you guys may have, I feel like all of you guys probably chose this pile intuitively, but some people like to have a little bit of confirmation, extra confirmation, and that's what this is for. So, Spirit, let's see. Who is in pile 4? We're doing a chakra check-in today. And the people who chose the 4th card, who are they? Who are my pile 4 people? While I'm doing this, go ahead and like this video. Hit the thumbs up button. It helps the video to spread a little farther on YouTube, so people who may need to get this message can find it. And go ahead and subscribe to my channel. It definitely helps me out, but also it makes you and I more connected so that my readings are more on point for you, because it helps me to read your energy a little bit better. I am more connected to my subscribers than anybody else on the internet, so if you would like to become one of those special few, then go ahead and hit that subscribe button. All right, let's see. Who are my pile 4 people for this chakra check-in? So the way that these work is that at least one of the things on these slips should be familiar to you, significant to you somehow. It could have even just shown up in your life in passing in the last couple of days or weeks. Sometimes I even venture to say months. That does feel accurate here. I don't know why. Maybe that's just for some people. We've got Big Rich Town by 50 Cent featuring Joe. That is a song. It is the theme song for the TV show called Power on Stars. I said, this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part. Okay, we got Company here by Drake featuring Travis Scott. That's a song. I need some company. Some of you guys may also own a company. Part of me wants to say or work for a company, but like I feel like that encompasses everybody, so that's like silly. Kaya Ita by Bad Bunny and Tiny. Kaya Ita. Da, 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 da. All right. Kiki's Delivery Service. That is a movie. I always am worried I'm going to say this name wrong, but it's like Studio Ghibli? I don't know. This Lullaby by Sarah Dessen. That is a book. I was about to say starring and then like the characters' names, which I guess is not wrong. And also one of the main characters' last names is Star, Starr. So Remy Star is the main character's name, and then she like has this boyfriend or this guy in her life named Dexter, and the mom's name is Barbara Starr. Barbara Starr is a romance novel writer. That's a really good book. It's one of my favorites by her, if you are unfamiliar with Sarah Dessen's work. Real Girls, R-E-E-L, Real Girls by Flatbush Zombies. So reel, R-E-E-L, is like to reel in, like on a fishing line. That is a song. Real Girls Get Down on the Floor. The Coldest Winter Ever by Sister Souljah. That's a book. If you know, you know. Main character's name is Winter. 8701, the album by Usher. Classic. You make me want to leave the one I'm with, start a new relationship with you. This is what you do. Think about a ring and all the things that come along with it. You make me. So that's You Make Me Wanna is coming up here. And that's actually not even on the 8701 album. That's on the album called My Way. I don't know why, but whatever. Anyway, Red Hot Chili Peppers, that's a band. We've got here Closer. That is a movie starring Natalie Portman, Jude Law, Clive Owen, and Julia Roberts, about cheaters. Doctor by Remy Wolf. I don't want to be your doctor. And you know what? Clive Owen, I believe, plays a doctor in Closer. Interesting. We have painting. So maybe you're a painter, maybe you recently bought a painting, maybe you're taking a painting class, or maybe you like recently saw a painting that like really spoke to you and you've just been thinking about it, you know, like you just can't stop thinking about it, that painting. We have here Pink Lemonade. Yum. Cute. Earrings. So kind of similar to painting, like maybe you're a piercer, or maybe you have a lot of ear piercings. Maybe you just bought some earrings, or somebody gifted you some earrings recently. Maybe there's a pair of earrings that you saw recently that you like can't stop thinking about, or maybe you like make jewelry. You could make your own earrings, that kind of thing. Blueberries. This has not happened to any of the other slips in this entire bowl, but for some reason this is like kind of turning yellow. I don't know what that's about. I have no idea what that's about. Can blueberries be yellow? I don't think so, because they're blue. I really don't know, but maybe you ate some blueberries recently, or they could be like your favorite fruit or your favorite food or something. Lose My Breath by Destiny's Child. Can you keep up, baby boy? Make me lose my breath. Bring the noise, make me lose my breath. Keep me high, make me lose my... Okay. Send Me On My Way by Rusted Root. That's a song. I would like to reach out my hand. Always say... I really don't know the words right there. Always tell you to run. Bobbity say, bobbity hum. Yeah, that song is coming through very strong because I want to keep singing it. Pick me a place, go and hide. Always say... I still don't know those words. I'm just making words up. Tell you to run. That song was in Matilda. What would you say about the movie? And now I'm thinking about Danny DeVito. Okay, yeah. Send Me On My Way. If you definitely go listen to that song. There could be some messages for you in that song. Dorito Loco Tacos from Taco Bell. Maybe that's like your standard order. Maybe you saw somebody get that order recently or something. Zach Brown Band, Colder Weather. That's a song. She said, I want to see you again, but I'm stuck in colder weather. Maybe tomorrow will be better. Can I call you then? You're a rambling man. You ain't never gonna change. Got a gypsy soul to blame, and you were born for leaving. I guess I'm a little sick today, you guys. I don't know. Kimberly from 90 Day Fiance. So her name is just Kimberly, but the guy she was with, they were on before the 90 days. His name was Usman. He called her Kimberly. So I wrote it that way. She's like a I want to say like Air Force veteran or something. Definitely one of the branches of the military. I'm not entirely sure which one. She lives in San Diego. At least she does now. If you know, you know. 90 Day Fiancé Hive, stand up. There's a lot of music coming through here, and so you might have just like overheard one of these songs playing like in a store or in a car dealership, in somebody else's car, like you're walking on the street or you're stopped at a stoplight and somebody else has their windows down and you overhear one of these songs or something like that. So again, going with the idea of like it being in passing, it doesn't have to have been that like you love one of these songs or it's your favorite song. It could have just like you heard it recently. That actually it happens, and it's not like necessarily a plot point, but kind of an important thing that happens in this book, this lullaby, is like overhearing music. Outstanding by the Gap Band. Outstanding. Girl, you knocked me out. Exciting. Yeah, there's a lot of music coming out here. Slow Burn, Casey Musgraves. One of the main characters in this movie, well, it's not a movie. They thought about making it into a movie, but I don't know that they're going to move forward with it, at least according to Sarah Dessen's website. That's what I found out on Wikipedia anyway. Can you tell I'm a stan? In this book, Dexter is a musician, so music is like pretty important in that book. For you guys, music could be really important to you too. We just have a lot of songs coming out here. So yeah, we just had Slow Burn by Casey Musgraves. We have Location by Khalid, another song. Like, there's just so much music coming out here. That's a lot. You might have like a really varied music taste. Flamingo. That could be your favorite animal. Maybe you saw a flamingo recently. It doesn't have to be a live flamingo. It could have just been like a print of a flamingo or like an outline of a flamingo or something. Mississippi. Mississippi. IPISSISSISSIM. That's not right. MISSISSIPPIIPPISSISSIM. Okay, there we go. Carrie. So somebody could be named Carrie. This is supposed to be like the Stephen King book or that movie Carrie, but somebody could be named Carrie. Also makes me think about Carrie Bradshaw from Sex and the City. MISSISSIPPIIPPISSISSIM. Okay. Strawberry ice cream. So we're getting some pink things coming out here. We got pink lemonade. We got strawberry ice cream. Pink could be important to you. Childish Gambino. That is the rap name for Donald Glover. Is that his name? I always want to make sure that I'm saying his last name. Like, I'm not giving him somebody else's last name. Yeah, that's his last name. Donald Glover. He's an actor. You might know him from like Community or Atlanta. Recently, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Black Hole Sun by Soundgarden. That's a song. Shanghai, Nicki Minaj. Speaking of the color pink, we all know pink is Nicki's signature color. Shanghai is one of her songs, but also that could just be like the actual city of Shanghai. Or you might have like heard somebody talk about Shanghai. Maybe you visited Shanghai or from Shanghai or you're going to visit Shanghai. I don't know. And then last but not least, we have The Boondocks. That is a TV show. It's an animated TV show by Aaron McGruder. That also makes me think of another song called Boondocks by Little Big Town. Especially since we have like Big Rich Town here. So Big Town, Boondocks by Little Big Town. I feel no shame, I'm proud of where I came from. I was born and raised in the Boondocks. One thing I know, no matter where I go, I keep my heart and soul in the Boondocks. I can feel that mighty water running through my veins. Okay, yeah. Some of you guys might be watching this in the wintertime, especially since we do have like colder weather here and the coldest winter ever. You might just be really cold right now. Maybe you're like underneath a blasting AC, or you might just be like naturally cold. Maybe somebody called you cold before, like cold-blooded or something like that. Big Rich Town being the theme for the TV show Power just made me think of like cold-blooded killer, you know. Hopefully we don't have any of those on this channel, but anyway. Yeah. Those are our identifiers. I'm going to go write these down in my tarot journal. I did make a tarot journal for y'all, so if you're interested in procuring one, you can go to the link in my description box. There will be a link there to help you purchase a tarot journal. So yeah, if you watch a lot of readings or do your own readings, it's always good to record your insights because it helps you to move forward and helps you to grow. So just, you know, we encourage personal growth and self-actualization on my channel. So I love to be able to create things for you guys to help you achieve that even faster. Anyway, don't forget to like this video, to subscribe to the channel, and I will see you guys in just a second for the actual reading. Hey there, pile 4. Welcome to the cards part of your reading. So if you chose the 4th card, this is going to be the reading for you. Please like this video and subscribe to my channel. It really does help me out. Anyway, I don't know if you guys noticed, but this card was, I won't say the only one, because pile 1 actually had 2 cards, and one of them was like hidden underneath the other one, and it was in the reverse. But this was the only one at the onset in the intro that you could see that was clearly in the reverse. So you might be a little bit different from all the rest. Not like the other girls. Or guys, or gays, theys, non-binaries. Anyways. Ooh, look at that, a little poem. I did a little poem. I'm a poet and I don't even know it. That could be you. What do we have here? We have creation. Look at that. See, I just created a poem and I didn't even mean to. And then here we have creation. But this is represented by the crown chakra. So you could be having issues with your crown chakra. I wasn't going to say this in the identifiers part, but we did get Destiny's Child in the identifiers. And so you may also have messages in pile 3. That may not resonate for everybody, but you know, check your intuition because you may have messages in pile 3. Interestingly enough, we also have Slow Burn by Casey Musgraves in the identifiers, and all this smoke, I'm going to turn the card around just for now. All this smoke coming through in this card is making me think of that slow burn energy. You could be a very creative person. It could just be that you could, you know, be a little bit slow to get going. You might have like Taurus placements. You know, Taurus, the bull, can be kind of like a slow going animal, but once they, you know, decide to actually get rolling with it, they can make a very big impact. So you might have some like slower placements in your chart. Taurus is not the only one, but you might have some more like leisurely type of placements. There could also be some sort of stubbornness to you in some way, shape, or form. Interesting. Your creativity could have definitely been feeling blocked lately. Normally, maybe it is more of a flow, or maybe you have been in that flow state before and you're having a hard time getting back to it. You might be procrastinating a lot, putting a lot of things off. That could help to get things moving again in your life. You may have some ideas that are like exciting but nebulous, and it's like hard for you to get a grasp on them so that you can actually execute them, or I'm hearing like write them down, something like that. your thoughts may be racing a little too quickly for you to discern each one individually, or to pick out the good ones. Pick out the good ideas, because you might just have like a lot of thoughts racing through your brain in general. All right, I'm going to read from the book on this one. Let's see what the Chakra Wisdom Oracle story has to say about creation. So this says the she shaman. Ooh, okay. I was getting like kind of like witchy energy in the identifiers. We did get Kiki's Delivery Service, which is literally about a little witch, but also we had Send Me On My Way by Rusted Root, which is very famously one of the songs from Matilda, which is about a little witch as well. So, she shaman, I will guide you to your muse. Ooh. The legend of this story says, in a time before history, she shaman walks the earth, bestowing artistic talents on a select few. One day she rests under a birch tree. Hey, says Birch, I want my muse too. Birch entertains she shaman for a long time, singing and telling tales. She shaman smiles. My great friend, you have had your art all along. She vows that from then on she will give everyone their own gift. To this day, she shaman has never left us. We see her inside every creative work. So I said earlier about like writing things down. You yourself could be a writer. You may have had dreams of being a writer. You may love to read, and you may be a poet or something like that, especially since I did do that silly little poem in the beginning. So certain things like that are definitely coming up, and you may have kind of lost inspiration recently, or you could be grappling with different things that are kind of making you not as inspired, okay? The interesting thing also about this legend is the idea of in a time before history. That was the first line. And history is really just like written record of certain things. We also have oral histories as well, where people will tell stories, they'll pass stories down from generation to generation. And I feel that in this particular case, it's the idea of written record, because there isn't really a time before oral history, unless we're counting like a time before language, right? A time before speech. And I don't think that that's the case. I think it's like in a time before writing. So some of you guys may also be experiencing writer's block as well. Some of you may be into writing nonfiction. It doesn't have to be that you write a novel, a short story, a poem, or anything like that. Maybe you're into researching or scientific writing or nonfiction writing or historical writing or something like that, right? Historical fiction as well. Some of you guys, I'm getting that movie National Treasure. Some of you guys might really like that movie National Treasure. And isn't like the Da Vinci Code very heavily referenced in that book? Or not that book, that movie? I think it is. I'm not sure. Anyway, the inspiration behind this card says, your path is an artistic one. Express your love in a tangible art form. It is time to make decisions. The personal inquiry behind this card says, am I waiting for someone's permission to create my life? Alternatively, some of you guys may be actually experiencing word vomit, where too much is coming out and you have a hard time refining things. And kind of like in sculpture, what you take away, especially when you're, creating a sculpture from like a block of marble or whatever, stone, what you take away can help reveal the true beauty and the true art form within. So that can be a tip for some of you guys as well. Let's see what else this book has to say. Oh, perfect. Letting go of old ideas and allowing new growth are primary now. The mission you have been on may be complete. A new dawn is coming, and it is time to open yourself to divine inspiration. The message here is, let go. You no longer need to be the warrior. The inspiration behind this path. Ooh, this path. Interesting. I was supposed to say behind this card. That's what I've been saying for all of the rest of them, but behind this path. So you are on a path right now. And the inspiration says your path is an artistic one. Express your love in a tangible art form. It is time to make decisions. So those decisions could be what to add or what to take away, what to bring in or what to let go of, what to edit, what makes the cut. You know, I'm also thinking now about like designers, like Project Runway, Making the Cut, those types of TV shows. And Heidi Klum says, some of you are in and one of you is out, right? You have to like, I don't want to say cut the fat, but I guess in certain senses, it is like that. You have to cut away the things that are not as, I guess I could say like valuable or as nutritious or as, what's the word that I'm looking for? Substantive. You know, it's like you want every single thing that's included in your piece of art to be there for a reason or to have some sort of meaning, you know? So that's important. Let's see what else we have here in this book. It says the personal inquiry behind this card. Am I waiting for someone's permission to create my life? What do I need to see in order to claim my own gifts? So that actually makes me think, going back to the idea of writing, right? We also did get painting as well in our identifiers. It used to be, back in the olden days, that if you were a writer, somebody else needed to kind of like recognize you and your work, and then you would get like an agent and you would get a publisher and they would publish your work for you. Now, anybody can publish anything on the internet, at a print shop, whatever. There's not really like that same barrier to entry anymore. Kind of the same with painting and like the art world, you know, Instagram and all of like Flickr and Tumblr and all these other online forums have made it so that artists, visual artists, don't have to wait to be recognized by, you know, like a gallerist or a gallerina or, you know, an art dealer or whatever. They can build their own followings on the internet. So, you know, you don't have to wait for somebody else's permission to create anymore. It used to be that, you know, people needed that kind of like validation from some sort of institution. These days, those institutions are largely unnecessary. And you don't need that permission anymore. The key ideas behind this card are opening to magic, lasting transformation, divine feminine, awakening creativity, finding your muse, and owning your gifts. And the key words here are creativity, muse, and magic. Some of you guys just need to start with a clean page and kind of like see where that takes you, you know? And even that like reminds me of how I create these videos and how I create these tarot readings. You know, I come up just like with an idea of what is the topic that I want it to be about. And then from there, anything can happen, you know, like I decide which decks are going to be included, or sometimes I'm drawn to certain decks that would like to be included based upon the topic. And sometimes I do a pre-pull, sometimes I do a live shuffle. You know, you never really know like where the reading is going to go, where the reading is going to take you. And so it's like starting with this blank page and an idea, and it can become something that ends up touching people all over the world, which is something that I love about the tarot and also that I love about YouTube too. But that's just me, and that's like an art form that I participate in. For you, you have to think about what it is that is exciting to you, and you may never know unless you get that blank page or that blank canvas or whatever it is. You know, Maybe you have like a tune stuck in your head, and that tune could end up becoming like a really banging song. You really never know. This lullaby came out by Sarah Desson in our Identifiers, and one of the main characters in that book is a musician with a band, and the band, they have this song called the Potato Opus, and it literally started as like a grocery list, and it's just about like, you know, all these different groceries or like vegetables or whatever things that they're going to be picking up at the grocery store, and it ends up becoming like a massive regional hit in their hometown, in their state, and a few states over, you know. And so it's like you never know what can come from a blank page, and I just think that's pretty cool. Yeah, I think you do have something that inspires you. You might be holding it a little close to the vest, though, a little close to the chest. You might not be letting other people see it. And it's okay to keep things private, but at the same time, we're given gifts. Like in the story, it was like the she shaman is like, everybody's going to get a gift now, right? We're given gifts so that we can share them with the world. So at a certain point, you may want to rethink how close you're keeping your inspiration to you, you know? You really never know what is going to have an impact on somebody, you know? Like, I never know which of my videos is going to be like the most liked or go viral or whatever. I never know, like, if something that I say could be that one thing that triggers one person. Somebody commented on one of my videos the other day, and I mentioned like a very offhanded comment, I guess. I just mentioned Dexter. And then one of the girls who watched my video comments below and is like, oh wow, my dog's name is Dexter, ha ha ha, right? And so it's like thinking about how the identifiers work, I always say there should be at least one thing that it triggers you, is familiar to you, is significant to you, or whatever, to help confirm for your reading. And like sometimes my mind goes like spinning off in different directions. Like one thing can trigger a whole bunch of different memories. That actually happened today with the Boondocks. That came out as an identifier, and I was like, this actually is reminding me, this is a TV show, but it's reminding me of a song called Boondocks by Little Big Town. And for all I know, that song, Boondocks by Little Big Town, is the thing that somebody needed to hear in order to know that Pile 4 was actually for them. It wasn't listed on here, but like my mind goes into different places. And that's how inspiration works. That's how creativity works. You know, you start with a blank page and suddenly certain things start coming out, and our brains can work in symbols, and those symbols get associated with other symbols, right? So you really never know. And sometimes you just have to trust yourself and trust your inspiration source, trust your muse, and just let things flow from there. From this upside down perspective here on this card, this curve of this person's sleeve, the she shaman's sleeve, from upside down, it almost looks like it's like a pregnant belly. Some of you guys could be pregnant, or you might just be pregnant with an idea. For some of you guys, you might be inspired by your children or like the children around you. Maybe you have like nieces and nephews, or maybe you're a teacher or you work with kids or whatever, and they really inspire you. That reminds me of LaRon Hines on TikTok and also Instagram, and how he started off his little TikTok page, and he's like asking his niece or his cousin, and then like a whole bunch of other pre-Ks, like, are you smarter than a pre-K or whatever? And they'll be like, are you smart? Right? So you may take inspiration from children as well. Let's go ahead and get into the tarot. I'm now also just noticing that there's like a full moon in the back of this card here. So some of you guys may feel extra inspired near the full moon time, the full moon period. Or you could be just really in touch with like the lunar cycles. The cycles of the moon. All right, let's see here. Some of you guys might have like moon rituals that you like to do. I know a lot of people like to like charge their crystals in the sun or in the moon or whatever. You guys might like to do that. I'm lighting this incense for you guys. This is an attracts money incense. So some of you guys may be creatives who maybe you're struggling, maybe you're starving artists. This is an incense for you to help bring you the funds that you need to get your projects off the ground and to bring yourself out of struggle, to live the artistic life that you would like to live. You know? The interesting thing about that She Shaman card is also that it's like, in a time before history, you would also assume that that's like a time before money as well. Back when people like traded things and stuff. And so you may be into bartering or borrowing or like buy nothing type of communities or something like that. And maybe you use the things that you create as a way to pay for stuff, you know? I'm definitely getting like bakers right now, like people like making pies as a way to pay for things or whatever. Pies, cakes, mostly pies. Making me think of that movie Waitress that they also turned into a musical. The movie stars Carrie Russell as a waitress. So yeah, something else that was coming through in the identifiers was like infidelity or cheating. And in that movie, Waitress, there's like infidelity. She's actually pregnant in that movie. And she ends up having an affair with her doctor. And doctor comes out too. Doctor came out in the identifiers also. So I'm going to bring out Closer because that's a movie about infidelity. And then I'm going to bring out Doctor by Remy Wolf. And I'm going to bring out Blueberries because of Blueberry Pie. Ooh, and Carrie. Carrie Russell's name is not spelled like that, but Carrie came out. So yeah, big waitress energy coming through right now. All right, yeah, big waitress energy coming through. So maybe you recently watched that movie. Maybe it's like one of your favorite movies or something like that. You could yourself be a waitress, but interesting. Yeah, I'm also getting the energy of like a secret, especially with the moon here in the background. Some of you guys, and I did say like you could be holding your inspiration very close to your chest. Some of you guys may be having like a secret affair and it's like very inspiring to you. I don't know. All right, here we go. Or you could just have like a sexual secret that's like very inspiring to you. All right, Spirit, the people who chose Pile 4 who are having issues with their crown chakra, or who need to pay more attention to the crown chakra, chose this creation card in reverse. Tell us more. I also want to say that there are some like meditations or like sound baths on YouTube for the crown chakra specifically that you can go and listen to that could help. That could be helpful. Spirit, my Pile 4 people, what do they need? Here we go. I kind of felt like a little bit like I was almost like forcing it. Part of me was like, maybe we don't even need the tarot cards on this one. But some came out, but it did feel a little bit forced. So that's interesting. You might identify with that energy as well. We have here the Page of Pentacles. Overthinking something, trying to figure out how to make something work. How something or somebody ticks. Maybe how you yourself tick. We also have here the Four of Wands. And we also have the Chariot in reverse. Some of you guys might be trying to figure out how to get out of a date or a party or a wedding or a marriage. Some of you guys might feel like a date is a waste of your time or a party is a waste of your time. There's something here that you don't want to move forward with. Or if you were to move forward with it, you'd kind of feel like you were going in the wrong direction. The Seven of Wands. We got that. I want to say we got that in Pile 3 too. Some of you guys may have messages in Pile 3. Yeah, we got the Seven of Wands reverse in Pile 3 as well. So you may want to check that out. This is definitely, it's like this relationship. You may have seemed equally matched at first, and this could also be like when you guys were younger or something like that. And maybe like as you've grown, you've become more independent or you have dreams of being more independent. And this relationship feels forced, or it feels like too much work or something like that. For some of you guys, this could indeed have something to do with a child. We have here the Two of Cups in reverse. So yeah, it's like this connection just isn't clicking anymore. There may not be as much of an equal give and take as there used to be. Or just like you guys just aren't equally yoked. You aren't, you know, you're not getting each other the way that you used to. It's not as free and easy as it used to be. It's like more work now. It's like, why is this so hard? And this also, I'm reading it like it's from a relationship. So maybe for some of you guys, like your relationship is causing issues with your creativity. Where like you maybe used to get inspired by this person or this relationship or this situation, and now you no longer do. But for others of you, this could straight up just be about you and your creative spark. And it's like you're overthinking things. And as we talked about earlier, you know, that flow just isn't coming anymore. And you keep getting like, it's almost like you're rudderless, or the wheels keep falling off. Like you have an idea, but then like the wheels keep falling off. And so you can't go where you were trying to go. And so you're like dragging things out, or you feel like you're getting dragged around by your ideas. We have here the Nine of Wands. I want to say that that came out in pile 2, but I think it was in the reverse. And then we have the Three of Swords. We have the Emperor. And we also have the Three of Cups. Yeah, I can definitely see you being blocked, writer's blocked, or just blocked creatively in some way. Or like you putting a lock on something and not wanting to let people in. We have here the Star in reverse. There's a lack of hope for this situation. And it's interesting because we have like kind of like two pretty important cards here in the upright. We have the Emperor, Major Arcana card. We also have this Nine of Wands card here, which is like about being steadfast in your beliefs about something. And so you could have like this genuine belief, like I am an artist, or I am whatever. And you know that that's what you're supposed to do. It's like, you know that that's your mission in life. You know that that's what your gift is. But there's something that's keeping you. It could be self-doubt. It could be just heartbreak in general. Could be some sort of like just pain that is keeping you from realizing that. But like, you know, you have what it takes. You know, you have the strength. You know, you have the wherewithal. You know, you have like the ability to execute. But it's just like you're either keeping it locked down on purpose. I feel like you're keeping it locked down on purpose. These three cards just came out. And there could be like a lack of hope here because, you know, it does keep, maybe it just seems like it's too hard. Whatever it is, could just seem like it's too hard. Writing is really coming through for sure, because even though this is a loom that this lady is on, and so it's like to do with textiles and fabric, the way it looks kind of looks like it's like a printing press. You know how like they print newspapers or books or whatever, it kind of looks like a printing press as well. So yeah, writing is really coming through here for show. I don't know why I keep saying it like that, and every time I do, it reminds me of Superbad. I'm gonna check on something actually real quick. We have here the Knight of Cups in the reverse. Bad offer, a bad deal. We've got the Six of Swords. That's giving me like golden parachute, or just like safety net vibes. We have the Strength card here, which I almost called Lust. In the Thoth Tarot, it is called Lust. And then we have the Five of Pentacles here as well. So yeah, you could be having money issues. You might have taken a bad deal because it seemed like a safety net. You were looking for a safety net. And you decided to put logic over emotions. but it's actually not serving you super well. You see how this is like a heart with an arrow through it? Like you got shot through the heart. And by taking that safety net deal, it like shut off your emotional center. And because you shut off your emotional center, that's why you're like keeping things locked down. That's why you can't move forward creatively, because your heart isn't in it. Your emotions aren't in it. You're emotionally poor right now. And I know that we're not talking about the heart chakra. We're talking about the crown chakra. But you are emotionally poor. It's like you're disconnected from all that is, whereas your emotions can help you to connect to all that is. Some of you guys need to meditate, straight up. You need a little meditation ritual and meditation practice. That would be very, very helpful. In terms of like relationships, some of you guys may have decided to take a safe relationship, like one where you felt safe because maybe you needed it at the time, but it turned out that that was not the relationship that inspired you. That wasn't the relationship that, you know, put you where you needed to be in order to really create the things that you were meant to create in this world, or to use your gifts properly. So this Three of Cups is interesting here as well, because typically that will denote like the idea of friendship. We do have it's a couple like party cards here with the Four of Wands and then this Three of Cups here. Four of Wands being in the upright and Three of Cups being in the reverse is the idea that like some sort of connection is superficial. You may have thought that, like I said, you guys may have thought that you were equally keeled or equally yoked at the beginning. And maybe again, like you might have met when you were younger, or when things like, you know, weren't so serious or whatever. And maybe something really serious ended up happening that kind of like was a heartbreak or whatever. For some of you guys, it could have caused another person to take an authority role in your life that you really didn't want to give them. And maybe kind of had to give it to them. But it ended up being like a more superficial connection than you anticipated. And that kind of like degradation of the connection, like it degraded from being something more solid to being something more superficial. And that caused you kind of to lose hope. There is a sense of manipulativeness here as well, using your gifts for evil rather than good. And I don't mean like evil, but like, you know, using your gift to manipulate somebody rather than like uplift somebody could be an example. Shot through the heart and you're to blame, darling, you give love a bad name. Played your part and I played your game. You give love a bad name. So You Give Love a Bad Name by Bon Jovi could be significant to some people somehow. Now I'm also thinking about Barney Stinson and his Get Psyched mix. And now I'm thinking about in that TV show How I Met Your Mother, Robin and Barney, and how they were friends, and then they decided to be in like a secret relationship, and then they, you know, the relationship got outed, and then they got married, and the relationship just continued to degrade from there. They were not equally yoked. They thought they were a match for each other, but it turns out that they weren't. And you know, that happens in a lot of relationships. You know, that's not unusual. And I don't know that they were able to be friends after that, you know? Barney Stinson is like famously manipulative as a character. That's just like what he does. He uses his charm to manipulate people. Constantly thinking of like the best ways to get at somebody and to get into somebody's pants. It's interesting the direction that this reading has taken, because again, we're talking about the crown chakra, but a lot of other things are coming through. You might just really want love and attention, and maybe, you know, you're getting it from like the wrong person, or from the person who you're not supposed to be getting it from. There's real heartbreak in here. This is not just like creative heartbreak. This is real heartbreak. And it has like real life consequences too. This could be like heartbreak that causes somebody to go into poverty, you know? The type of heartbreak that really negatively affects your actual life or livelihood. Sometimes you have to listen more to your emotions, and you can't really pretend to be strong all the time. Sometimes you have to let your needs be known. That song, Love Song, like Loveeeeeeee or whatever, by Rihanna featuring Future is coming through right now. And in the beginning, Future's like, I don't want to give you the wrong impression. I need love and affection. Right? So, like, there's something here about letting your needs be known, whether that's creatively or to your community, to your partner if you have one. That kind of thing, because it's like there's stifled emotions here. And this definitely could be a self-esteem issue, especially with this being like the crown chakra. It's like you don't have enough. You guys probably can hear my dog like in the back kind of like growling. He is letting me know right now that he wants me to play with him. He just brought me like his little stuffed animal or whatever. But like you could have this idea that if you let your needs be known or let your desires be known or whatever, that you're going to be rejected, that somebody's going to be mad at you, that it's just not going to work out because you don't trust enough in like the oneness. You don't trust enough in like the all that there is somebody or something out there for you that can give you what it is that you need. And so this is an issue not only of self-trust, but trust in the universe. And trust in the universe is partially trust in oneself. Okay? So yeah, some of you guys may have major trust issues that you have to work through in order to get through your creative issues right now. We also have Company by Drake. It's interesting. I usually don't bring out this many of the identifiers in the actual reading, but part of those songs' lyrics are like, I need some company, right? So it's this idea of like letting your needs be known, being willing to paint a picture of what it is that you need, and seeing who can provide those for you. Because otherwise it's like if you just keep having these like superficial connections or superficial things, then you're not going to have a fulfilling life. And I'm thinking now here with the Emperor and then this Three of Cups around, it's like, are you so, and I'm not here to insult anybody, this is just how it's coming through. Like, are you so high and mighty that you can't have any people who are close to you? Here with closer, right? You can't have any people who are close to you, right? And it's like the Emperor, does the Emperor have any real friends? Because like, does the Emperor have any peers? Or is everybody around him just superficial because they either want something from him or, he is keeping everybody at an arm's length, keeping everybody at a distance because nobody can measure up or whatever. Nobody can give the Emperor what it is that he needs or wants from them, or on that emotional level, right? Like they can give him what he needs or wants on like the material level, or in terms of, commanding like an army or whatever. But on that emotional level, it's very difficult when you've put yourself, I guess putting yourself on this pedestal is the way that I'm going to have to say it. And it's not that you shouldn't have high self-esteem. You absolutely should have high self-esteem, but you also have to trust the universe that there are people who do deserve to be close to you, who you can be honest with, who you can be your full and authentic self around. The issue, I guess, is putting yourself on a pedestal while also having whack self-esteem issues that allow you to not be genuine with anybody around you, or to not have hope that your needs can genuinely be met. It's like you're surrounded by like a whole bunch of yes men. And that's not like me specifically saying that to you, because you could very well have a lot of people saying no to you, right? We went through this whole story of the creation card and the idea of like needing other people's permission in order to like use your gifts or whatever. So people could be saying no to you a lot. But it's just this idea of like people not giving you, people not seeing you for who you are, people not giving you genuine recognition for what it is that you bring to the table, or not feeling comfortable enough in your relationship where they can be genuine around you as well too. And it does stem definitely from a lack of trust. And even going back to that story in the creation card where like the tree asked she shaman to give her a gift, right? That goes again with the idea of asking for what it is that you want and need. Like, do we need art? Yeah, of course we do. But a lot of people see it as a luxury. They don't see it as a necessity, even though we do need it. It's a mirror and it's a reflection for human life. And it's a very cathartic way to, you know, express yourself to the world, to get out your feelings. But there's something here in this reading about feeling that something that is actually a necessity is instead a luxury. And it's not. And that's why you choose the safe choice instead of what it is that you really want. Because you see what it is that you really want, which is actually what you really need. You see it as a luxury, when you should be understanding that it is a necessity for you. There's this like lack of recognition here that everything and all of us are like one and the same. And that's why I think it came out as a crown chakra card, because one and the same. You guys may want to take a look into fractals. 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 You may want to look into fractals. So I'll read the definition of fractal for you guys, but definitely keep looking into it. A fractal is a type of mathematical shape that are infinitely complex. In essence, a fractal is a pattern that repeats forever. And every part of the fractal, regardless of how zoomed in or how zoomed out you are, it looks very similar to the whole image. Fractals surround us in so many different aspects of life. So you can find fractals in nature. You can find fractals in computers. You can, of course, find fractals in math, in 3D models, in physical structures, human psychology, time, sound, art, and even in law. So, I mean, fractals are literally everywhere. You definitely should probably look into those, okay? Because it really just like reiterates the idea of oneness and the sameness. No matter how zoomed in or how zoomed out you are, it's like everything is one and the same. Even if they appear to be individual, not only are they part of a larger thing that is the same or similar, or if you zoom in, you can see that everything is in fact actually made up of many other little things that are the same or similar, right? So yeah, I am going to encourage you guys, if you feel so called, to go check out Pile 3, because I do think for many of you this could be helpful. Also, something interesting to think about is like, love is really at the center of so many creative works. Of course, it's not at the center of every creative work, but it's at the center of so many of them. And in that way, you could almost think of like art, many forms of art, being fractals of love, right? That is a little bit like meta. That's a little bit of a meta concept there. But I think here for you, deciding to take this like safer route or this safety net or whatever has made you lose sight of the love that actually like drives you creatively, or even like the power of love that could drive you creatively. And some of you guys maybe haven't even experienced that type of love, but it is out there. And I think that you have to just trust in the universe to take you there, to bring you there, to that point, because it really will be worth your time and it really will enhance that creative flow that you're looking for. Some of you guys might be afraid of giving people the wrong impression about you or the wrong impression of your work. And in that case, you might be a lot more concerned. I was about to say like considered, but that's not the right word. A lot more concerned with like your image than you are with the contents of your heart, your soul, and your life and your mind. Image is not everything. It can mean a lot. It definitely can mean a lot. Like I said earlier, you know, symbols make up so much of how we interact with and interpret the world, but image is not everything. And like if that's the pedestal that you're holding yourself up on is image, and it ends up being so shallow that all of your connections, friendships, or working relationships or whatever are so superficial, then you're going to end up working a lot harder to get where it is that you want to go, rather than if you made your pedestal on something that was more authentic or something that was more internal. Definitely that story, like the Emperor's New Clothes, are coming through for sure. And even that other story, so like the Emperor's New Clothes and the Emperor's New Shoes are the same, but also like the Emperor's New Groove with Kuzco, played by David Spade, and Yzma and stuff like that, right? Like Kuzco in that movie, he didn't have any real genuine friendships, and he was like super, I won't even say he was super rude to everybody, but like he just didn't have any empathy for other people, you know? And I'm definitely getting that here. I'm also thinking now about like Larry David on Curb Your Enthusiasm, who definitely like struggles with that same thing. And it causes him to have a lot of like negative social interactions. But yeah, the Emperor's New Groove there could be messages for you there in that movie. You may want to watch it, some of you guys. I think a lot of you guys probably don't need to. You probably get the gist of what it is that I'm saying. But this is not about not having high standards. It is about not seeing anybody as better or worse than yourself, because we are all one. And changing your perspective around that as well too can help to really aid in your creative spark, your creative inspiration, and just your creation in general. Some of you guys need to unlock a little bit. There's another Sarah Dessen book called Lock and Key. That could be good reading for some of y'all. So you guys need to let other people in. Try and cultivate deeper relationships that go beyond the superficial. And I know it might be hard. I know you might not have a lot of hope. I know that you may prefer to keep people at a distance, but I think it will be worth it in the end. I feel like you have so much that you could say, or so much that you want to say, and it's like you just keep holding back, or like you just want it to be done or over with or whatever. Going back to the idea of like Larry David on Curb Your Enthusiasm, he always gets caught in these conversations that he just doesn't want to be in, and he's like, he doesn't really like people that much, you know. He's got a few people that he likes, or a few people that he keeps around him because they definitely like serve him in some way, like his friend slash entourage guy, Leon Black, you know, keeps him around for his own amusement and to have some company in the house after he gets divorced, right? But Larry doesn't really like talking to people, and it's like every conversation that he's in, he's just like, when is this going to be over? What do I have to say to get out of this? You know? And so he's always keeping people at an arm's length that were, you know, putting up walls or whatever, and it ends up destroying so many of his relationships, you know? Or he ends up just being in relationships that he doesn't want to be in, or relationships that are not authentic to him. And, you know, he's like old and like curmudgeonly, and, you know, they always say like you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but if you are a young person and you're living life in a way that is not authentic to you, then like you have time to find your people, or to change whatever it is that you want or need to change in order to feel happy and fulfilled. Especially if you identify as a creative person, which you probably do, based upon just having chosen this reading. So in the song Slow Burn by Casey Musgraves, she has these few lines that I'm going to tell you guys. So she says, Texas is hot, but I can be cold, right? So I definitely feel like some of you guys may have like a colder disposition, especially since we did get Colder Weather by Zach Brown Band in the Identifiers as well. I probably am not going to be able to find it, but we also got like the coldest winter ever. So yeah, I'm definitely feeling like a chilliness to y'all and to your disposition. That may not resonate for every single person here, but even if you may appear to be more bubbly on the outside or whatever, you might secretly be thinking like Larry David, like, I wish this person would shut the fuck up. I wish that this conversation was over. I wish I was at home, or whatever, right? And then later on in the song, Casey says, old soul, waiting my turn. I know a few things, but I still got a lot to learn. And I think you have a lot to learn, which is why we have this creation card here in the reverse representing the crown chakra, because especially with the Page of Pentacles here, there's still so much for you to learn about the world. You may be a little bit of a know-it-all or whatever, but we never stop learning, you know? And sometimes people can surprise you, or situations can surprise you. There's nothing wrong with a slow burn. So yeah, there's like a message here to give something a chance. Give something or someone a chance. You probably know what it is better than I do. You never know. You might end up getting much deeper with somebody than you ever expected to. And some of you guys may be surprised what happens when you don't take the safety net. Don't forget to like this video and to subscribe to my channel. When you like the video, it helps it to spread a little farther on YouTube. And when you subscribe, it makes me and you more connected so that I can read your energy a little bit better. But yeah, I'm so grateful for each and every one of you for being here. Thank you so, so much for spending some time with me today. If you do end up doing some research on fractals, or if you already know anything about fractals, go ahead and give us like an example of a fractal in the comments down below. We'd love to know more. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. What it do? Hey there, Pile 5. Welcome, welcome. We're going to get into the identifiers portion of your reading right now. If you would like to skip this part, if you feel super confident in your intuitive choice of pile number 5, then I invite you, if you would like, to go ahead and skip to the timestamp in the description box below that says pile 5 reading. So if you want to skip over this part, that timestamp for pile 5 reading is available to you. All right, so let's go ahead and put this off to the side. And let's get our identifiers. So the way that these work is that at least one of the things on any of these slips coming out of this lip bowl should be familiar to you, should be significant to you somehow. It could have even just even just shown up in your life in passing over the last few days or weeks. Maybe for some of you guys, if it's really memorable, maybe even the past few months. But you will definitely like recognize it when you see it come out of this bowl. So yeah, let's see. We're doing our chakra check-in. Spirit, the people who chose pile 5. Who are my pile 5 people? While I'm doing this, go ahead and like this video, hit the thumbs up, and subscribe to my channel. When you like the video, it helps it to spread farther on YouTube so that other people who may need to see it can find it. Ooh, one just fell off the table. So yeah, we're going out of this world today. And when you subscribe, it makes me and you more connected so I can read your energy a little bit farther, or a little bit more exact. So I can read your energy with a little bit more accuracy, or actually a lot more accuracy. Is there anybody else in pile 5? Any other pile 5 people? Any other pile 5 people? All right. Let's get into this pile 5. Let's see. That'd be cool if this video ended up going viral, since that one identifier like flew off the table. It's like taking flight. We've got here Jessica Alba. So Jessica is in parentheses, so that could just be like anybody named Jessica. Your name could be Jessica, your significant other's name could be Jessica, maybe like a relative or a friend, or maybe you just like heard somebody earlier like yell across the park or the room, Jessica, right? Something like that. But we also have Fantastic Four on this slip. So in the Fantastic Four, Jessica Alba played Sue Storm. I only saw that movie once. I'm pretty sure I saw it like when it was in theaters. I don't really know that much about the Fantastic Four. Rise of the Silver Surfer is coming through for sure. But yeah, Jessica Alba, Fantastic Four, or maybe just like somebody named Jessica. Also, I guess maybe somebody named Sue. I don't know. Maybe you're suing someone. Who knows? Anyway, When You're Good to Mama by Queen Latifah from Chicago. Chicago is a musical. It was on Broadway. It might still be on Broadway. I think it was like the longest running show at one point, if it does not still hold that title. But they did make a movie version of it, and Queen Latifah was in there. She sings that song. Lemongrass. That is like a flavor. It's also a scent. could be like the name of something. I remember like when I was younger, there was a Thai restaurant called Lemongrass that me and my friends liked to go to. Now that I'm thinking about it, Chicago being here and then also Jessica, that sometimes makes me connect the two for like a New Girl kind of reference. The main character of New Girl is Jessica Day, and her love interest for much of the show, Nick Miller, is from Chicago. Winston is also from Chicago because he and Nick grew up together. But yeah, all right, so there could be some New Girl fans in here. We've got here Insecure, Issa Rae, HBO, Yvonne Orji, all of the good stuff, Amanda Seales, our girl Natasha Rothwell, Jay Ellis, you know the vibes. Bless the Hearts, that is an animated TV show that was on Fox. That also had like a star-studded cast. Maya Rudolph, Kristen Wiig, Ike Barinholtz. Some other people who I'm not remembering right now. Financial literacy. You might be working on your financial literacy, trying to get your bands up. If you are, I do sell an abundance journal that I created. It will be linked down below. You can get either like a regular bound version or a spiral bound version. Definitely check it out if you feel so called. If you're trying to up your financial literacy game, it's a great resource. We here have Footloose by Kenny Loggins. That's a song that was like the theme song for that movie Footloose. It was like a town where people couldn't dance or something. I've actually never seen that movie. International. International. I don't know why I wanted to sing that. Maybe this is like international music. Maybe you're listening to music from like a different country or something. Maybe your parents came from 2 different countries. Maybe you travel a lot, or you have like an international jet set lifestyle. I don't know. Bimbo. You could also be like planning a trip out of the country or something. Maybe you heard somebody say the word bimbo. Maybe you saw the word bimbo recently. Maybe, I don't know, somebody called you a bimbo or you called somebody a bimbo. I don't know. Himbos included. We're an inclusive channel here. We have Diamond here. So that could be like a gemstone or engagement. There was also a woman named Diamond on Love is Blind season 1. So that's coming through. We have Cinna from the Hunger Games. Cinna was Katniss's stylist for the Hunger Games in the movie, played by Lenny Kravitz. Wobble by VIC. Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble. Maybe you did the wobble recently. Maybe you heard that song recently. The wobble is everywhere, so definitely, it could just be like that's your favorite line dance song. I don't know. Excuse me. Here we have 12/12. So that could be a time. It could also be a date. The date would be December 12th. Maybe it's 12/12 right now while you're watching this. Who knows? Maybe you looked at the clock before and you saw 12/12. Guys, I knew it. I knew the New Girl was coming out. We have Bear Claw here. Bear Claw is a character on New Girl, played by Josh Gad. He has a big crush on Jess. Bear Claw is also a type of pastry. So maybe that's like your favorite pastry or something. Who knows? Maybe you ate one recently or heard somebody order one or something. I don't know. Lisbon, Portugal. So yeah, international energy coming out. That's cool. We've got 77. That could be somebody's birth year, like 1977. That could be somebody's age. You might just be seeing 77 around. It could be your lucky number. 777 maybe also. Doug from the TV show Doug. It's a Nicktoon. That was one of the ones that was like, the theme song was like do 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 do. We have Chucks here. So those are supposed to be like the Converse Chuck Taylors, but that could also be somebody named Chuck. Maybe you guys know somebody named Doug and Chuck or something like that. Chucks also could mean like throws. So like maybe somebody, instead of saying like they threw it onto the bed, they could be like they chucked it onto the bed or whatever. Chucks also makes me think of Chuckles. Ooh, now I'm thinking about Chucky from Rugrats. Chucky Finster? Is that his name? I don't know. Meditation. Maybe you started meditating, maybe you just got done meditating, maybe you're looking into a meditation practice, or you like just downloaded a meditation app. I don't know. Honey Dijon. That could be the actual sauce. There's also a DJ who goes by the name of Honey Dijon. Honey Dijon mustard, Addis Ababa. So that is the capital of Ethiopia. We got a couple of capitals here. Lisbon, Addis Ababa. The international energy is strong. Okie dokie. School of Rock. That's a movie starring Jack Black. Also, Miranda Cosgrove was on there. I feel like the Nickelodeon energy is like so strong right now. Miranda Cosgrove, of course, we all know her as Carly of iCarly, but School of Rock is also a place where some people go to like get music lessons. The Gift. That's an album by Beyonce. Yes. And that was an international collaboration. She collaborated with a lot of African artists on that project. That was cool. Dig in My Grave from A Star Is Born by Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper. Yo, I love that song. I love that movie too. That's like one of my favorite movies. 10 Things I Hate About You. That's a movie starring Julia Stiles and Heath Ledger. It's supposed to be like a modern day retelling of, I believe it's like The Taming of the Shrew by Shakespeare. Corny. Maybe somebody called you corny recently. Maybe you called somebody corny recently. Maybe you ate something that had a lot of corn in it. Technically, most of the stuff that you eat if you're in the United States is like made mostly from corn, unless you have like a raw vegan diet. Look it up. So, you know, we'll see. Peanut butter and jelly. There's probably corn in there too. Maybe you ate a PB&J sandwich or something recently, or like that could be your favorite type of sandwich. Maybe you're making one right now. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. That's the second Harry Potter book / movie. You already know what it is, and if you don't, you can go look into it. All right, guys. I feel called to say the names of the stars of this movie because I guess I did for Insecure and Bless the Hearts. So we've got Daniel Radcliffe, we've got Emma Watson, we've got Rupert Grint, we have Tom Felton, and that's all the names I'm remembering right now. Anyway, I was trying to remember the OG Dumbledore, but I'm forgetting him. Sorry guys. If anybody knows, put it down in the comments so I can remember. But so I'm going to say that you could have possibly experienced 2 things recently. This is not going to resonate for everybody, but it's definitely a message for some people, so I'm going to go ahead and put it out there. 1, you could have experienced a loss recently, like a death in the family, possibly of a parent. When Jess goes to Chicago in New Girl, it is for Nick's dad's funeral. And then also in Insecure, Molly's mom does pass away, and so it's like this idea of friends helping to care for a friend whose parent has passed away. So maybe it wasn't your parent, but maybe like one of your friend's parents recently passed away and you've really helped to support them, or maybe the opposite, where like your friends helped support you after a loss. So that could be a situation somebody's going through. And then also, I'm also getting that like December 12th could be maybe somebody's like the anniversary of somebody's passing, potentially, especially with the number 77 here. Maybe somebody was very old. It could be a parent or a grandparent, great uncle, something like that. And then something else that I was getting was that you may either be somebody or know somebody who does a lot of like name dropping, especially since I've been so pushed to like say all the names of all the people who were like in these shows or these movies or whatever. So yeah, name droppers is definitely coming through as well. All right, interesting. Yeah, I am getting that potential passed on energy as well because of the whole Harry Potter thing. I said like the original Dumbledore because that actor, I want to say his name was like Richard something. Oh, I feel bad now. I feel like I should go look his name up right now. But he passed away before they could finish filming the movie series, and I'm wondering if Richard Harris, that was his name, R.I.P., they had to recast him after Chamber of Secrets. That was the last movie that he appeared in. Yeah, I'm going to go write these down in my tarot journal. Don't forget to like this video and to subscribe to my channel. And if you're interested in getting your very own tarot journal, I made one of those too. So the Abundance Journal and the Tarot Journal are both going to be linked down in the description box. Go ahead and get you some. Go ahead and get you some. Get you some. If you know bounce music, then you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, yeah. So I'll see you guys in a second. What up? What up? Pile 5, pile cinco. We out here. You already know what it is. This is the part with the cards. Hey, hey, hey. So you guys actually got 3 cards. That's the most out of anybody. We're doing our chakra check-in. Let's see what kind of chakras you might need to work on or pay attention to, do a little meditation for, or whatever. So first, we got impartiality. So this is for the crown chakra. Interestingly enough, I don't know if this is like something I did or if it was printed like this, but you see how there's like a little bit of a blemish on this card. It's the first thing that I noticed. I've never noticed that before, and I've used these cards like a billion times. A billion is a bit of an exaggeration, but yeah, we got the crown chakra here. And I guess I should talk about the story before I keep revealing. So I may read from the book later, but the story of this card is that 2 neighbors are having a dispute and they can't decide what color to paint their fence. And this like mediating figure comes in and asks each person like which side or which color they would like to paint the fence. And then the mediator tells each person to paint their side of the fence the color that the other person wanted. So like neighbor A has to paint their side of the fence the color that neighbor B wants, and neighbor B has to paint their side of the fence the color that neighbor A wants, as a way to compromise and also see things from another person's perspective. And so this is about mediation and impartiality, and in a way recognizing that like outcomes are very much colored by our emotions, and so we may think that something is good or bad in the moment, but oftentimes there is no like net negative or net positive to certain situations. So sometimes things are neither good nor bad. We may just take them that way. But also like the universe is a lot more impartial than we tend to think that it is. Here we also have the sacral chakra with the service card here. So I did mention in the identifiers that there is energy coming through of potentially like a passed on loved one or something like that. So this card does kind of confirm that for me. I'm gonna go ahead and show this to you. I don't remember the story behind this card, but it shows somebody comforting a sick or just very old woman who's laying in her bed, possibly, you know, on the brink of the end of her life. And then we've got these 2 figures over here who are actually like already passed on angels. And I believe that they are supposed to be like coming to welcome her to the other side. We'll have to read the story for that one because I don't quite remember exactly how it goes. But yeah, and then we have this card here in the reverse, which is the heart chakra, the victim card here in reverse. Okay. So, you know what's interesting? This victim card actually really goes directly with the impartiality card, because the story behind this card is that this squirrel and this dragon are both like saving acorns or whatever, and the squirrel, although it kind of looks like a pig in this card, this squirrel kind of looks like a pig to me. Do you guys get that vibe? Anyway, yeah, but he's like greedy as hell, and he's trying to get all these acorns from the dragon who's already collected his acorns. So the squirrel was like late, procrastinated, and he finds this like one really big acorn, this big green guy right here, right? And he tells the dragon like, oh, I'll trade you, at least I'm pretty sure that's what he says, I'll trade you this big green acorn for like all your other acorns or whatever. And I don't remember if he ends up tricking the dragon or not, but I feel like there's some sort of lesson of impartiality here. So we'll read that one too, because I don't want to get the story wrong. But yeah, you have some work to do when it comes to your crown chakra, your sacral chakra, and your heart chakra. Probably the heart chakra a little bit more than the other two, but there's some sort of connection between these three that will really help you to be able to evolve in some way. And this could be dealing with grief for some of you guys, whether that's grief over a situation that happened to you personally, if you were victimized in some way, or grief having to do with somebody else. For some of you, something possibly to do here with the justice system. This is definitely giving me like weighing of the scales as well. So there could be something to do with the justice system here. And I did actually say in the identifiers, we got Jessica Alba came out, and specifically her role in Fantastic Four. And it made me think about, well, her character's name in that movie was Sue Storm. And so I said some of you guys may be suing someone or be involved in like a lawsuit of some sort. So interesting. For some of you guys, there may be some sort of like victim crime, like a crime where you were a victim or somebody you know was a victim. And so you may be a part of like the testimony for that, or even being like a plaintiff or a defendant in one of those scenarios. Yeah, what else am I getting? Purple is featuring here kind of prominently. We have purple here in this scarf. We've also got purple here in this older woman's frock, her pajama, her bedtime attire. So purple could be important to you. Purple is also the color of the third eye chakra, but that's not necessarily being as represented here. But you guys could just want to listen to either like an all chakra opening meditation, which are available on YouTube. Maybe one day I'll end up making my own. I'm sorry if you guys can hear my dog over here chewing loud as hell. I guess he's hungry. As usual, he always waits until I'm working to actually start eating his food, but whatever. He's a little hungry guy. We love him. Anyway, so there are lots of chakra meditations and like sound baths and stuff on YouTube. You may want to go listen to one for either all chakras or specifically for the crown, the sacral, and the heart chakra. But yeah, that could definitely be a good idea. Don't leave quite yet, because we are going to get a little even deeper into this whole situation. But yeah, let's get into it. I think I'm going to go ahead and pull these tarot cards out. I don't know why I'm being called to do this so early, but I am. So let's go with it. Just go with it. That is a movie with like Adam Sandler and what's that woman's name? She was Rachel on Friends. Why am I forgetting her name right now? I don't even watch Friends. That's probably why. But she's very famous. Jennifer Aniston. So I did say in the identifiers that like you may know somebody who does a lot of like name dropping, or you could be a person who does name dropping or something like that. But now I'm also thinking, since I did mention that there could be like a legal situation involved, that somebody may have, you know, told on somebody else a little bit. Not saying I'm impartial here. I'm not saying that if they told it was a good or bad thing. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that somebody may have, you know, named some names. Whether that was, you know, what did they say about like the canary in the cage, the canaries singing or whatever? That's the analogy that I want to use. I don't really know how people say it. I know sometimes people want to say like, so-and-so was a rat. I'm not getting, like, that's not the analogy that is appropriate here. It's about, like, the canary. Maybe they're like, she sang like a canary. Yeah. I think it's like, they sang like a canary. That's what I'm getting right now. And then also, what the whole thing about name dropping. Giving somebody up. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna, I don't know, never gonna tell a lie. Is that the words? Whatever. Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick, what's his face? Rick Astley. Yeah, so there's something here about being honest with those lyrics coming up, because he says like, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you, but also like never gonna give you up, never gonna give, never gonna give. So maybe somebody chose not to sing like a canary. There's a lot of different situations here, but definitely this is not for everybody, but for some of you guys there is like a legal situation going on. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you. This also could be about like not leaving somebody in their time of need, which I did also mention in the identifiers. I said like maybe somebody's going through the loss of a loved one and other people are helping to support them. So you guys may want to go back and watch the identifiers anyway, because I feel like a lot of those things are coming up right now. But yeah, we have here the Six of Wands. So this is about victory. We also have the Four of Swords. It's about victory in rest, or laying something to rest, or victory over an illness, perhaps. Whether that is a physical illness or mental illness. You'll also notice that like in this picture, this person is trapped. So again, that leads me to believe about like victory within maybe the justice system and somebody being incarcerated. Which victory could be a triggering word depending on how you see that or what side of the situation you're on. You know, I am interested in abolitionism and abolitionist theory, so I'm still learning as much as I can about that. So I'm going to be impartial until I have more information. But the Six of Wands does usually denote some sort of a win. Anything else coming out here? Okay. We have the Strength card. I'm also getting like solitary confinement vibes. And you know what's interesting actually is this Strength card has come out in lots of these readings today. Like multiple of these readings today. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. You know what? I'm also thinking now about how like sometimes like people in like gangs or in the mafia or whatever, instead of, you know, giving up their superiors' names, like, you know, let's say that some people are like involved in like a drug ring or whatever, and one of the middlemen in the chain gets busted, and then the police are like, if you give us the name of your boss, then like we'll be lenient on you, we'll let you go. And then instead of giving the name and getting like immunity or whatever, the person is like, no, I'm never gonna give them up. I'll do my, you know, 5-year bid or whatever, and I'll be rewarded when I get out on the outside by my boss. And I'm not gonna give them up. I'll just do the time. It's like, you know, they knew that it was a risk getting into that business, and so they're prepared to take that responsibility on, you know. I don't condone that type of behavior on this channel. I'm just letting you know what's coming through the cards, okay? All right, so I am relighting right now a new incense stick. I've been burning my good fortune incense to bring fortune, you know, into the channel. We're the Empress of Fortune over here, so we love that. So if you guys want to make a wish on this incense stick, this good fortune incense stick, then take this time to do that now. You can also repeat an affirmation with me. We got a little Flo Milli. I am healthy, I am wealthy, I am rich, I am that bitch. I'm gonna go get that bag and I'm not gonna take your shit. I am protected, well respected, I'm a queen, I'm a dream. I do what I want to do and I am who I want to be because I am me. Is that Young Baby Tate or is that familiar? Is that both of them? It's both of them. Shout out, queens. We love you guys. Okay. We also have here the Strength card. We've got the Eight of Swords card here, which also can deal with like being imprisoned or being tied up some way, in bondage in some way. We've also got the Four of Pentacles. The imagery on this is very interesting. It's like a computer password or a computer that's asking for a password, and it's here in reverse. And then we have the, what is that, the Temperance card? Yeah, we got the Temperance card here in reverse. Yeah, somebody's just not willing to give up the information that they know. They're like, you're never gonna break me. You're never gonna break me. And they may not have the patience that they thought they had or that they thought that they could exercise. They may not end up having all that patience. There may be actually a little bit of anger here because of it, and some feelings of self-doubt because of it, and also wondering like, how did I get myself into this situation? Okay. I don't know why I keep wanting to say situation like that. I've been saying it like that this whole reading, and I have no idea why I want to keep saying that. Situation. If you guys know if that's from something, like, please comment down below and let me know what that's from. I do not understand. I don't know if I was saying that during the reading or during the identifiers, but I've been saying it, and it just keeps coming through. I guess maybe it's like, is there a French twist to it? That's not how I'm really intending it, but I guess maybe. Whatever. Yeah. I am also getting the idea here of like being of service to like a greater good or a larger, something larger than oneself. I can't say if it's actually good or not. Again, that is not for me to judge. But the idea of being of service, and also getting like being like a ride or die kind of. I wanted to say situational again. You guys, what is going on? What is that about? I don't know. Maybe I'll figure it out later. That's so strange. I wonder if like I'm channeling somebody, if that's like somebody trying to come through and it's like a little password for you to let you know that like somebody is watching over you and they just want to say hi. I don't know. I just got the name Brad. That might not mean anything to anybody. Maybe I just made that up. Who knows? I also was thinking earlier about like Jersey Shore. You know, they have like Mike the Situation, but I wanted to think about like, or I wanted to say like DJ Pauly D. I don't know. I don't really know. Anyway, I am going to read from the book now on these 3 cards. So we have Impartiality, and the story of this is Bahana Beige. It says, this is not a time to personally shine, but to allow others to come forth with their gifts. You may find yourself in the role of neutral advisor. Hold the space for others to find their own answers. Advice may not be well received. Be unbiased now. So let's read the actual story. The legend of this card, and also it says, I quietly listen, allowing you to color your own palette. The legend behind this card is, Bahana is the wise dictator from the town of Beige. She is known for settling disputes fairly. One day, 2 neighbors are arguing about what color to paint their fence. Bahana gives each of them a can of paint and instructs them to paint their side of the fence the color that the other neighbor wants. She knows that when they can color their world in the love of their neighbor's eyes, they will understand and accept one another. So there could also be like something about people being from maybe like 2 different sides of the tracks here, or from 2 different communities here, or something like that, trying to come to an understanding and to an accord, but we'll keep going on that later. Now that makes me think of like Hamilton for some reason, which I've never seen Hamilton. So I don't really know about that, but I guess also, what is that? What is that shit called? The one with like the sharks and the jets and like Maria and what's his face? I don't know, whatever. Inspiration. Take an impartial look at your situation. The action here is to listen and observe. The personal inquiry says, if I step back from my present situation, what do I see? Can I be neutral? The key ideas here are the neutral position, allowing things to unfold, standing in another's shoes, and uplifted communication. And the key words are guide, open-minded, and fairness. So when I read neutral position, it made me think of a manual transmission car. I know that automatic transmission cars also have a neutral gear, but you use the neutral gear so much more when you have a manual transmission car because you have to put it in neutral before your shift, or you have to go through neutral in order to get to the different gears. So it's like taking a moment to think and to pause and to be neutral before taking action is what that makes me think of. It's what's coming through here. Let's go read the service card from the sacral chakra. This says, Honey Adams is the name of the story. And it says, I attract to you whatever you desire if you give up your desire. The energy here is one of manifesting through being of service. This card indicates a steadfast ability to stay the course emotionally and create something sustainable and lasting. It can also bring to light not seeing or valuing what you have. Interesting. The legend says, Honey Adams loved her 3 children very much and had a rewarding family life, though sometimes she regretted never finding a career outside the home. At the end of her life, she realizes that this quote-unquote failure was not a failure at all. She achieved something more important, passing a legacy of service to her daughter Franny. Being a mother is a great accomplishment. Interesting. The inspiration here says, are you seeing your life as it really is? Though we may wish things to be different, often we create just what we need. This is an opportunity to look at where you are today, give up what you think you deserve, and start being of service. The personal inquiry behind this card says, how does the idea of service inspire me? How can I make the most of my present situation? What can I give? The key ideas are favoritism, unwillingness to compromise values, finding contentment, the joy of service, and precious memories. And the key words here are compassion, loyalty, and strength. And I will read part of the meditation to you guys. It says, keep relaxing until you find yourself in a place where you feel safe. All right, so something interesting that happened to me before I started doing this reading for pound number 5 is that I started thinking a lot about the concept of career. And it's interesting, particularly because I wanted to kind of like bring this up earlier when I was talking about like the example of like the gangster or the drug dealer or whatever, right? Who, they chose that career path and they knew the risks to it. And I hesitated to use the word career because, again, like I'm not trying to influence anybody to do any nefarious dealings or anything like that on this channel. That is not what I'm trying to do. That's not my intention. Don't do it. I'm simply reading the energy. But like thinking about certain things, unconventional pathways or unconventional things as careers can be very difficult for a lot of people to conceptualize. And I was thinking about this before I even started this reading, so I find it interesting that it came up because I myself, and I have never mentioned this on this channel before, I used to be a teacher and I have 2 master's degrees in education and psychology, and the careers that I have built and am building for myself are not typical of what people in my field would expect me to do or would be doing. And it's just interesting to think of the idea of like a career path right? Versus like a job, you know? So the idea that with this service card, you know, this woman, Fanny, or Honey, I'm sorry. Whoa! Oh my God. Oh my God, you guys, it's crazy how this shit happens. What do I literally have on here? What is this? Do you guys see this shit? You see this? It says Jessica Alba. Ignore the Fantastic Four part. Ignore that. Jessica Alba, her breakout role was in a movie called Honey. Oh my God, that's crazy. I promise you guys, like, I do not look at these cards at all before they come, like, before I do the reading. Whenever I do a pre-pull, I don't ever look at them. And like sometimes they'll be sitting like waiting for me to do the reading. It's actually taken me like 3 different days to finish this video because I was able to do like piles 1 and 2 together on the same day. And then I did pile 3 on a different day. And now day 3 is here and I'm doing piles 4 and 5. And so like this pile 5 was like sitting on my carpet face down for a few days. And it's just like interesting to me to think about how I must have been unknowingly like saturating in that energy. And I think that that's why I started thinking about the whole career thing earlier, like 30 minutes, 20 minutes before I actually sat down to do this reading, because I took a little break between pile 4 and pile 5. And so it's just like really crazy the way that like these ideas, they really are just like in the ether, you know? And I was just like soaking them up. But also like you saw me in the Identifiers do my little freaking bowl swirl. And then Jessica Alba comes out like, you can't fake that shit. I can't make that shit up. That's why I love this career that I've chosen for myself. Like, it's very validating. Anyway, Jessica Alba, like her breakout role was in a movie called Honey about a dancer. And you know what else is interesting is that earlier today, and this is what I mean about like the energy saturating, is that I saw, maybe it was a TikTok or it might have been an Instagram reel, but this girl did one of those like voiceover situations. I don't remember exactly what she said, but she was like, when you've trained 14 years in a certain sport and then it's all over on like a random Sunday. And I guess it was like that random Sunday was her last day competing in that sport or whatever. I guess she was like a college athlete, and then, you know, it's not like she's going to the Olympics. It's not like they have like, you know, adult swim teams or whatever, which is actually something that I've thought about because I used to swim competitively. And I would love an adult swim team, but they don't have those, right? So she was like, when you've dedicated 14 years of your life and like countless hours of practice and stress to this sport and it's just all is over on a random Sunday, blah, blah, blah. And somebody in the comments was like, yeah, I think so much about how, she was like, I'm 40 now, and I think so much about how much my mom spent on dance lessons, and like every now and then I'll just do like a random pirouette or a random double pirouette, you know, and like be sad for a second before I move on. And so it's like this whole thing about you can train for so long in a certain discipline or a certain field or certain sport or craft, and it may end up really like not going anywhere or not being how you imagined it to be. And so like in this service card, you know, Honey is like, I'm a mom and like I wanted to have a career, and I spent all this time kind of like being down on myself for, you know, not having a career. But then like looking back on her life, Honey is over here like, you know, I'm actually really happy with the way things turned out. So you never really know like what's gonna actually mean the most to you, you know, when you're like on your deathbed or put in a really serious situation where you kind of have to like reevaluate your memories or your priorities or anything like that, you know? So I think that it's important to remember like what your values are and to let that be kind of what guides you as you go along this path, and also as you like find or redefine the work that you do in this world. Because maybe not everybody's gonna get it, or maybe some people might judge you, but at the end of the day, only God can judge you, and you have to think about how the universe is like an impartial place, right? And there, of course, like are fun ways to use affirmations. Like we could think about, like the universe is always working in my favor and things like that. There's also the idea of trying to do an affirmation for the highest good of all involved, right? But when we think about just how short of a time that we have here on this earth, we do want to try and have a positive impact in some kind of way, or at least most of us do. Not everybody thinks that way though. So I think like when it comes to net impacts, maybe everything kind of comes out in the wash at like a more neutral position, you know? And then also thinking about like the laws of physics, like for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. That law inherently denotes the idea of impartiality because it's equal and opposite, which means that things get canceled out, right? So, yeah, interesting. Let's go ahead and read this victim card here. This is from the heart chakra, and it says, Green acorn, I am not a victim. I choose to do what I am doing. So going with the idea of maybe people who have chosen unconventional careers or non-careers, right? Making certain choices to pursue certain things inherently means that you are making a choice to not pursue something else, right? So not only getting out of a victim mentality, but also like owning your agency in the choices that you make over the long term. So this says, to grow into a tree, a planted acorn must be fully brown. A green acorn is an indication that you may need grounding and a more solid plan to achieve what you truly desire. Are you trying to create something before you are ready to do so? So for some people that could be thinking about like trying to jump into a certain field where like maybe you need credentials and you don't have those credentials, and so you just try and like jump in and do the thing. Or for other people it could be, making a rash decision and trying to do something before you're actually ready to do it. Right? All right. The legend of this green acorn says, Green acorn is asked to star in a fable by Kelly the Green Dragon. He was promised top billing, but in the end, he says his best work never made the final edit. Now he doesn't even have a speaking part. He feels betrayed by Dragon, but Green acorn is not resentful. Being in the fable landed him a job on display at a museum. He insists he is content, but we can see denial and the underlying anger. I'm wondering where I got that story from in the beginning. I feel like there was maybe another card that has something to do with that. And maybe I just got my cards confused. I don't know. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe, who knows? Whatever. Doesn't matter. Inspiration behind this card is the green acorn indicates that being in denial may be holding you back. To move forward, you must make an honest assessment of your situation. The personal inquiry behind this card says, how are my actions connected to my inability to create breakthroughs? So that's an extra important question, I suppose, because we got a little notification on that one. And the reminder that came up, so I have some reminders set up on my phone. There is an affirmation that says, universe, show me how good it gets, but also the reminder that came up on my phone was like, you have something to do in 1 hour. Something work-related to do in 1 hour. To move forward, you must make an honest assessment of your situation. So I do also want to say here, talk about the idea of having a job versus having a career and the difference between the two. A career typically is something more professional, where maybe you did have to have some sort of education or training for it. And if you are more highly skilled, it may or may not be easier for you to switch jobs, change jobs, network, show off your skills in those ways. Whereas a job, you're most likely getting paid hourly. It may be a quote unquote and I don't necessarily believe this, but a quote unquote lower skilled type of job or service. And so some of you guys may be unhappy with like the jobs that you're working. You may be pursuing a different type of career, and careers do typically take longer to get into. So thinking right now, we did get Insecure came out in the Identifiers, and in the first season, something that one of the main characters, his name is Lawrence, is struggling with is that like he is like a programmer. He builds apps, and he wanted to start his own business, and he decided to like leave his job to start his own business, and then he got kind of stalled out, and so he decides like, okay, I'm gonna start looking for a new job. But it's been like a few years, like a couple of years since he's had a job, like a career track job. And so he goes to, you know, like a career coach and a headhunter, and the headhunter basically tells him, you know, I'm going to get you these interviews and stuff, but like if you're strapped for money and you need money now, you might have to fall back and try and go for like an entry level position, or you may even actually have to like go for something hourly. And so he ends up having to take a job at Best Buy, which is a tech store, I guess you would say, like electronics store, where they sell different electronics and high-tech things, and they pay their workers, most of them hourly. You know, he wasn't like the manager or anything, and so it was like a big blow to his ego. And so the idea of being in a place in your work life that you're not necessarily happy with is coming through here, but you never really know what it is that you can learn in those types of positions that may end up serving you later on. Or, much like Honey in this particular service card, you may realize later on that what you were doing was very valuable after all. Who knows, maybe in, you know, the Insecure universe, Lawrence being there, he was able to help somebody make a decision that really like affected their life in a positive way. You never know. So, whatever. Anyway, we're moving on. Another personal inquiry behind this card says, am I willing to make new choices in order to grow? The key ideas here say feeling blocked, blaming others, past resentment, deluding yourself, and potential for greatness. The key words here are growth, breakthrough, and empowerment. I am going to read the meditation for this because I feel like it goes very, very well with the service card, and it's also teaching you to look impartially at these kind of disappointing moments in your life. So here's the meditation with this card. It says, see yourself sitting in a cinema. As the movie begins, you watch a scene from your life about a dream that never came true. Maybe you'd wanted a promotion, a new house, a relationship, something you were promised that did not come to pass. Allow yourself to feel the disappointment again. Now rewrite the scene. How does your fable end? You do have a lot more agency than you probably give yourself credit for. Some of you guys may have recently experienced a loss in your family or in your friend group, and it could be causing you to kind of like reevaluate the choices that you've made in your life. So yeah, that's coming through. And if that's the case, then I am sorry for your loss. And I definitely understand the idea of trying to use that as fuel to make a change in life. I do see some of you guys being very emotional. We have falling water in two of the cards here, the 8 of Swords here, and then also in this Temperance card. So it does seem like there is some sort of like feeling very emotional, drenched in emotions. And now I'm also getting from Anchorman, like, I'm in a glass case of emotion. Ron Burgundy. And you know what? Interestingly enough, Anchorman, you know, that is a story. It's a career, it's a work story where Will Ferrell plays Ron Burgundy. He is the titular Anchorman. And he ends up having to compete with, it's like in the 70s or whatever, and I guess like ladies were not really put on air like that. Women were not allowed to be anchors at that point or whatever. or were not typically anchors at that point. And so Christina Applegate, her character comes in and she becomes like his co-anchor, and he's so upset about it that he just like behaves really, really badly and ends up getting fired or something. I don't remember the exact plot of this movie. But he like goes through all these emotions about like losing his job, because it's like his job is like his identity, you know? And actually thinking back to like that same TikTok or reel or whatever that I was talking about earlier, like a lot of people in the comments like really resonated with that TikTok, because they're like, yeah, like, you know, when like a sport is your entire identity for so long, it's like you have to like refigure out who you are, you know? And like the people that you meet after that are never going to know like 2/3 of what was super important in your life, because like you just don't do it anymore, right? So like let's say that like you're an athlete all through elementary school, high school, and college, and then college is over and you know you don't get like a contract to go play professionally or to be in the Olympics or whatever. And now this huge thing that was just like a huge part of who you were and a huge part of your identity, and you spent all this time doing it, now is like just not something you do anymore. It's not associated with you. And so you have to like literally rebuild your entire sense of self and your theory of mind around who you are. You know, that can be a very painful process. It can be a very emotional process, and it can cause depression, it can cause anxiety, it can cause just negativity, wondering if you made the wrong choices, if you wasted your time, that kind of thing, you know? So definitely, I do feel like, you know, some of you guys are kind of emotional about this scenario. And even going back to like that example that I gave about, you know, somebody deciding to like quote unquote take the hit instead of giving up a name to try and like, you know, get immunity in a court case or whatever. You know, like that person is like in jail now, thinking like with all this time to think, and like maybe at first they're like, yeah, you know, I'm gonna be rewarded, and like maybe their boss like sends somebody to them to tell them like, thanks for, you know, taking the hit, we're gonna reward you when you get out, you're gonna get this promotion and blah blah blah, and we're gonna make sure you're taken care of while you're in here. And like maybe that feels good at first, but then like when they're in there by themselves a month later, they're gonna be questioning like, did I make the right choice, you know, giving up 5 years of my life or however long just to, you know, be with the people in this organization and stuff like that. And then like maybe a year or two in, they realize like that they didn't even like the dope game and they want to become a computer scientist instead, and they start reading all these like computer science books, or they want to be like a monk instead or whatever, right? Like, you know, people change. That's like a big thing, is people change, and you never really know like what it is that you're going to like in 5 years, where you're going to be in 5 years. You make a plan and God laughs is something that they say, and sometimes you have to just be okay with trying to go with the flow, but at the same time you have to accept responsibility for the choices that you've made in your life, you know? So yeah, we've got a lot of random examples in here today. Take what resonates and leave the rest. Obviously, not everything that I say is going to resonate for every single person here. I feel like I just have to say that because some people are like, whoa, part of it was spot on and part of it didn't apply to me. Yeah, like there's a lot of people watching this video. Not everything's going to apply to you. Sorry. I'm not trying to be snarky. I just happened to say that. Wherever you are in your journey, especially as it comes to like healing or grief or work or whatever it is, you could also even be like grieving the life that you thought you were going to have, much like this lady Honey in here, right? Grieving the life that you thought you were going to have, that you maybe like worked really hard towards and then it didn't work out or whatever. But you can't let other people's expectations like color your view of life, you know? I think that you have to try and see things from different perspectives and understand that there are all different types of ways to paint a fence. There are all different types of ways to paint a fence, you know? So what's right for you might not be right for your neighbor. What's right for your neighbor might not be right for you. And that's okay. That's fine. I feel like a lot of the people who pick this pile were very successful at something at some point. You guys might be very smart, very intellectual, You might be really good at like hiding your emotions, and then something happens and all of a sudden it's like you're feeling very, very emotional and it's very difficult for you to control your emotions. So some of you guys might have had that kind of a switch flip in your life. Some of you guys may have like been the type of people who did really well under pressure or under observation, either one or both. And then all of a sudden it's kind of like you shut down and you are either insecure, insecure or unsure of yourself, or you kind of don't want to let anybody in. You have a tough time kind of communicating what it is that you want or what it is that you want to do. Maybe some of you guys are in that period of like not knowing what it is that you want to do, or like what career you want to pursue, and so you're having a hard time with that as well. You may not know what your fate is, but it's coming for you regardless. So you can have faith and trust in the universe for sure. You guys can see my dog's nose. He was in there for a second. He's here in my lap now. For some of you guys, like a pet or a child may be very, very comforting. If you have a pet, or maybe if you have like your own child or a niece or nephew or something like that. Some of you guys may have gone from a position of being like really, really popular and well supported, maybe even venerated, or having fans or something like that, maybe a network, to feeling really lonely, feeling very alone, and having no one but yourself, or maybe like your pet, or like one specific person, maybe like family, to turn to for comfort. Some of you guys may have even like pushed other people away from you, possibly other people and opportunities as well. What's interesting to me is that this shape here on this Four of Swords and this shape here on the Victim card are kind of similar. It's like this dome shape with like a person or like a face inside, right? And so that being said, this is an opportunity for you to grow. Acorns, once they ripen, this is a green acorn, it's not ready yet, right? We talked about that when we read the story. But if it had the opportunity to ripen and to turn brown, maybe it needs a little bit more water or whatever, then it can actually grow into a really big, strong oak tree. So some of you guys may need this experience. This experience may be kind of what ripens you. I saw like a title of a YouTube video. I don't remember what the creator's name was, and I don't have my phone near me, but it was like bad times create bad bitches. So this might be that time for you. This is potentially, especially like feeling these feelings that you have maybe been isolating yourself from. You might have been using the attention of other people as a way to not feel your feelings. For some of you guys, this could even manifest in like sex and love addiction, especially with the Strength card here, sometimes known as lust. But that obviously is not going to be for everybody. However, Milo is so loud. He's literally eating so loud right now. With that being said, it could be that this time that you're gaining patience and you're learning to trust the universe is also the same time that you need to ripen, so you can grow into that big, strong oak tree. So you can become the acorn that's ready to be a seed that will become a big, strong oak tree. I'm pretty sure Milo just farted, my dog. I think that's why he's here in my lap, because he wants to tell me he has to go to the bathroom. All right, Pile 5, I'm going to leave your reading here. Make sure you like this video and you subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much for spending some time with me. I love y'all, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye.